Alright, the stream was broken, but now it is not broken anymore. Anyways, we'll just continue on from here and pretend like that didn't actually happen. We'll edit it in post. We'll edit out all the rest of that. We didn't really do much. We just fought these... some werewolves. We got Jermia. He got eaten by a werewolf a little bit, but he's still alive, as you can see. Fought some aliens. And that's about it. That's where we're at. Not much to report, honestly, so... Right, I opened that. There was a bunch of guys in there, and then it leads out. Right, and then I was going to equip my shiny coins, because this place is a labyrinth. Alright, put that coin there, and then we're gonna go back. Put a coin here. And this is where the boulder is. Okay. Good, there's usually something over here. We're gonna put another coin here. This is... yes, so this is a treasure room with one of these guys in it. Check the corners for more enemies. I think it's just you. Get him! Get him, Jermia! I'm stuck on a statue. That's fine. Arcane being arcane. Oh, he missed me. Aha! How's that for insight? Okay. Yeah, so these heads are in every single one of these. I just want to know more. Oh, it's a cute little chest. It's so small. These are my favorite chests in the whole game. Maybe not the contents, but the chests themselves are cute. Sage's hair. This looks like a scepter or maybe a ceremonial sword, because that is definitely not a functional hilt. At all. As if I know anything about swords. Tomb mold, nice. Too much red jelly in this place. I mean, it makes sense that it would be here, but... What was the description again? Stillborn infants, creatures of unknown origin, and they're found in the old labyrinth. Okay, Jermia, don't you die. Oh, that was close, Jermia. I saw that. Alright, then my southern really came out there. I saw that. Sometimes it's stronger than others. Alright. We got a guy up there with like a pike. We have a hunt. Haven't I been here? Oh, this is the treasure room. Okay, and this is the thing that I couldn't open before. Oh, alright. Yeah, I've been down there. Been there, done that. Okay, so that must mean that the way forward is through that door over there. And we already killed one werewolf that was in here. Jermia? Jermia's not okay, guys. He's having a rough time. It's his fault for not following me, okay? His AI pathing is way off. We can't help you, Jermia. You're on your own. Oh, it's our little guys! Okay. There's one guy there. Checking for hidden guys. I hear Jermia coming. At least I think it's Jermia. Yep. He made it. Nice, Jermia. Alright. I think I gotta switch back to this weapon because the arcane is not doing the job because we're dealing with a bunch of kin. Okay. At some point we're gonna have to head back over there, Jermia. Oh! What? There's a messenger bath over there. What the heck? Great One's wisdom. Purchase items. What do you got? What do you got for me? Uncanny stuff. Lost. Lost stuff. Oh, it has different gem. Yeah. Oh, Bowblades. Simon Bowblades. Lost Recuyo. Bloodletter. Parasite. Okay. Sinister is root chalice. We'll grab that. Okay, interesting. Well, we have to remember that the is chalice in layer 3, this is layer 3, has the messenger bath with lost items. I imagine it's the same because these chalices aren't randomly generated. It's only the root chalices that are randomly generated. Darn. There was just a hallway with just one little slug baby. I feel kind of bad. Alright. That's the boulder room. Oh! Summon Madman Waller. Can I have you both? Are you guys gonna get along, or what? Oh, is this like an actual player? No, this is a NPC. You can tell by how they follow you. Okay, well, we got 2 friends, and we opened the boss room, wherever that is. I did see it at some point. I think it was near the lamp. Okay, awesome. Let's see. 246,000 blood echoes. We'll be fine. Right, guys? I don't need to worry about anything. Trying to see if I can hear what the boss is. Sounds arcane-y. They're getting excited. Oh, it's a Bretus. Okay. Hello. Do you want my coin? She doesn't want it. She doesn't want my coin. I'm tried to give her a coin. She got mad. She got stunned out of her pose. Ow, it's hard to see. Okay. Ooh, this is a small arena for her, by the way. Blood. Oh no, I'm gonna get frenzied. That's alright. I think we need old paper, probably. Oh, okay. Her blood frenzy is actually, I don't think I knew that. I think I just never paid much attention. Okay, she's doing her big bells of doom. She's getting real mad. Oh, I cannot see what's going on. Oh, that's alright. We got pretty close, actually. And with two Hunter summoned, which will give her a higher health pool. Not too bad, honestly. Not too shabby. Oh, hey, William. Thank you for appreciating my commitment, I guess. Let's see. Bolt paper. And there we go. Alright, we gotta get at least Waller in this battle, right? Gotta get Waller in here. Do I want to grab him? Oh, thank you. We should also probably put some sedatives on. Yeah, I think we should. Oh, we have a friend right here. Who are you? Damien of Mensis. Oh, right! He always helps us with, like, our arcane foes. I think Damien particularly hates Abritus. Because I think he's who we summon for Rom and for, Abritus in the actual world as well. What do you got against Abritus, dude? What'd she do to you? Did she not accept your feelings or something? It might not be Damien, it could be somebody else. I see my blood echoes right in front of us. That's nice. Okay. Okay, bolt paper putting in the work. Okay. Ooh, she's gonna rock his socks off, like, immediately. I'm inside Abritus. I can't see anything. Leave him alone! He deserves more! I definitely need more stamina. paper lasted longer. The fire paper lasts much longer than the gold paper does. Alright. She's about to go Belle. She is giving Scatter Tree Avatar vibes, for real. I'm out of stamina. Need to back up a little bit. Oh. Oh, he died because I was stun locked. Ooh, I should heal. Whoop. She real angry? She's a mad mama? Oh, she's doing magic shit? No! Ah! Alright. She did magic. She magicked us to death. We're weak to magic. Alright. Let's get some good magic resist. Got physical, we need arcane. Maybe, honestly, the choir stuff might be the best against magic. Let's see, choir, yeah, against arcane. Let's get all that choir stuff on. Just get 6,000 every couple seconds for whatever reason. Damien didn't do too bad there. I do definitely need more stamina, so I might actually grab my blood echoes and bold hunter mark, just so I can spin them. And we can use Damien as a distraction. Do your best, Damien. Or I might not be able to bold hunter if I have a friend. We'll see. It looks like I can't. Oh well, we'll just try to beat her. Now, there they are. Alright. Those headbutt moves, man. Oh my gosh, Damien. Slapping the shit out of me, dude. He's making all sorts of magic-y, sparkly noises. Ah! Yeah, you just aim for the head, Damien, and I will not get hit by frenzy blood. That's the plan. The recovery on that is long. Okay, she's about halfway. Nice head hits, Damien. Okay, she's about to get all screeching. Oh, the magic! I didn't even realize she was casting. I'm stuck in her legs. I'm stuck in her slug legs. All right. Okay. I think we can definitely do it. I think we can definitely do it. But I do want to spend my blood echoes, because it's stressing me out to have that many. I just keep watching them the whole time. There's some aliens. So Damien, we're gonna have to leave you behind so I can spend my my blood echoes. That means I have to go in solo. Okay, let's take a look in the room. I can't see my blood echoes from here. Oh, there they are. We'll keep an eye on her. She did a charge. Let's see if we have time. We do? Yes, okay. Now we can spend our blood echoes and not have to worry about losing them all. Alright. Look at these guys. Are they having a Congo line over there? Alright, let's spin this.
Welcome. What is it?
What is it? Oh, I'm accidentally doing a...
Very well. Let me step.
An emote. I definitely need more stamina. And then...
Farewell, good hunt.
Let's take a look at our Carol runes. We have raise HP. I think there's one that increases arcane defense. Yes, arcane lake. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So this is HP and stamina. We don't need that. Can give ourselves arcane defense. Bio HP recovery up. Continue heal near death +1. We don't need the temporary boost to transformation. I think that's good. Alright. And then let's see, our weapons. As 94, but we can go ahead and fix it up. And let's do blood gem fortification. See if we have anything better. Number go up. Thrust is increased, which is nice. Although bolt might be what we want to go for, honestly. What is the detriment to cursed gems again? Increased stamina cost. There we go. I mean... I think I do want to change my damage to bolt just while I'm fighting a Bretis, because she's kin. Oh, but it's so much lower. I mean, I guess not. It's not that much. So that's what, 344, and I'm doing 386. It's not that much lower. We have the tempering there. We have something else that boosts arcane to this. Increases HP continued recovery +1. So that takes me back up to 3. Ooh. Why is that better even though... Oh, because it doesn't have the +1 to recovery. Okay. I see. This does even more bolt. Get all bolt up. So that's 477. Compared to what before we were doing like 386 or something. Alright, and then we'll do what we usually do. And buy blood vials. Oh, actually, I wanted to see if I can still buy the rest of the prospect gear. I might not be able to because it's new game. Let's see, Henrik's stuff. Yeah, we fought him. Gascoigne stuff. Madman stuff. It might be down here, actually. Yep, Tomb Prospector. Okay. I don't think I have the rest of the set, so let's go ahead and grab it. We still need this. We already have Eileen's stuff. Oh. Oh yeah, Gehrman's stuff, because we fought him. Oh, that's cool. We need the blood vials, though. Alright. This isn't the right one? Nope. Don't do that. Go over here. Alright, so we'll try Abridas a couple more times. And if we don't beat her, we'll just go ahead and continue on in the main story, trying to do Eileen's quest correctly. Got our Congo line. There they go. Because I don't and I'm not going to summon because I don't want to spend any more of my insight. I have to keep it at least 50 so I can see the amygdala outside the church. Got the sedative. We're doing bolt damage. Let's see what happens. I'm always in the middle of an animation when she does that. Okay. With the R2, because I'm trying to aim for her head. Okay, that was fast enough. I thought it might not be, but it was. She's gonna frenzy me. Oh, I tried to sedative, but it didn't go fast enough. Ah! Sedative too slow. Got her in the head. She got me in the butt. Okay, she's casting magic. but we're getting close. And she's down. Nice. The Is Root Chalice. Hey, thanks, Rose. It's neat to hear your thought process during such demanding fights. Thank you. Do you think verbalizing helps your active decision making? That's a good question. Probably not, because I think it takes more power to like voice it, like instead of just like thinking and doing it. I guess, I don't know.
Welcome.
I'll have
What is it you
to.
desire?
I wonder if I compare, like if I'm completely silent during the boss fight, do
Very
I do
well.
better?
Let the echoes become. Let
I'd
me
have
stand
to,
close.
I guess, watch
Now shut your eyes.
and see if that's the case. Oh, I'm so close to another level, but not quite.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Well, thank you, madame. Alright, I guess I could do a blood. I could pop a cold blood dew. I didn't actually see how much I need before I level up one more time.
Well, what is it you... Very well, let me stand.
Like 300 more-ish.
Farewell, may you...
A little bit over. Perfect.
Welcome, what is it you... Very well, let me stand.
I was gonna say, if it was one off, I was gonna be so mad. Alright.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Thank you. Alright. So we're in layer 3 heart. I wonder if it goes any further. Very fair. It's definitely a distraction. For me personally, I tend to not actively think about my actions enough in real time in action games. Oh yeah, no, I understand. Like when I was playing Armored Core, it was actually really hard to like talk while fighting because I was just so busy trying not to die because everything's really fast in that game. I think comparatively, because of both the frame rate and just how Bloodborne works, because it's not dealing with guns, it's sword and board, it's a bit slower, so I feel more free to talk than in the game, and then a game like Armored Core, where I'm just, my brain is always white noise, where I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm saying, and now the only thing I can do is get mad. I can only think about negative emotions. Let's see. Let's put on a top hat. They're such little cuties with their little top hats. Oh my gosh. Okay. We want to move Eileen's quest forward, I think. We were in Yarhargul, so I think we want to return to Yarhargul Unseen Village and continue going through there. Should I keep my bolt on? Should I go with fire? I might go with fire. Hey, too much diamonds. Wait, what's a chalice dungeon? I've never done it in Bloodborne. So chalice dungeons are, some of them are procedurally generated, some are not, but they're like these little chalices that you get throughout the game. I can show in the inventory. So they're like these little chalices that you get, and then you use chalice materials to go into them. Oh, here's the chalices. and you basically just go through a dungeon. It's basically a dungeon. You at each level you fight a boss. So like here you see there's a chamber seal, then you go to layer 1, and then you fight a boss, then you go through the next layer, then you fight a boss, and so on until you get to the bottom of it. And they're pretty fun. They have some interesting lore implications, and I've never played them before, just like you. Too Much Diamonds, I never played them before, even though I've played this game plenty of times. And I've been learning some pretty interesting lore implications from doing these dungeons, which has been fun. So we're doing that. We're in New Game Plus, as you can probably tell by the HP bar. And we are also... we did Eileen's quest incorrectly when we played through the game last time, so we're trying to do Eileen's quest correctly this time. She went mad and got really angry at us, and it made us sad. Oh, I was gonna change to fire. Well, I guess we can see how Bolt does here. Oh, this isn't even where I wanted to go. So now we can just change our gems because I made a mistake. It all works in serendipity. Okay. We are going to do Blood Gem Fortification, go to Ludwig's, and... Nourishing. Slow poison effect. I want to see... Weapon scaling plus 11. But we're not a dex build. Do you subscribe to Bloodletting Beast being intended to be Lawrence since the skull shape and wound matches? I have heard that theory, but I don't personally, because we see that Lawrence became a cleric beast, right? I mean, it could very well be. We don't know. Maybe that's how they intended Lawrence's boss fight to be initially, but then changed it later on, and we're like, we still want to use this boss, so they put it in the game. But since they made the Old Hunters DLC later, I would go towards it being more along the lines of what they actually wanted the boss fight to look like, but I'm not them, so what do I know? Oh, right. This is the reason why it's still... The DLC Lawrence was seen as a soft retcon. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it was. I think they were maybe intending the Bloodletting Beast to be the boss, but in the final canon, he was a whatchamacallit, I can't think of the word. You guys know what I'm trying to say, right? Cleric Beast, yes, thank you, Rose. My brain just died for a second because my phone told me it's time to wind down, and I was like, what? What do you mean? Whatever. Anyways. Let's see. I think I wanna go away from fire and just go back to physical damage. 360, 360, 367, 383. I'm just looking for number go up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. cursed. What is the curse? Increased stamina cost of 2.7. That's fine. And then we could put tempering here. This is also cursed. Weapon durability down, no way. Not gonna have that. Actually, let's oh, we don't have enough for fortification, we're fine. But it is interesting. FromSoft does do a lot of lore retcons. Like in Elden Ring when they released the DLC and then they deleted the Grand Dame's name and they're like, nope, let's pretend like it doesn't exist. Too much diamonds. I don't know the lore too well, but why are there few hunters in the game? I always thought that there were a military force. You hear from Gehrman. He's the old guy that's usually in the wheelchair over here, but he's not here. Sometimes he's in the back over here, but I don't think he is. Anyways, Gehrman tells us that there was a time when, and I think actually an armor piece tells us that there was a time when hunters were 10 a penny, so there was a ton of hunters that were around, but as time went on, like, and as hunts continue to happen, there's less hunters because hunters are getting killed, like actual hunters. So, they would either go crazy, turn into beasts themselves, or be killed during the hunts. So over time, there's just less hunters in the world. Like actual hunters, like yourself, that are linked to the nightmare are much more rare than like just people that throw on a hunter's coat and say, I'm a hunter. You know what I mean? So at one point, there were a ton of just choir members. So this is this garb, choir members, hunters that were connected to the hunter's dream like this. And, but there are hunters that over time get their connection severed to the dream, and that's connected to one of the endings. So if you haven't played that ending, I would definitely suggest checking it out, but there are hunters that no longer dream, and we hear that from Jorah, who's the guy on the clock tower with the Gatling gun that shoots at you. He says, you still dream, do you, or something like that. Anywhoozits, we can go back to the Hypogean jail. I hope that made sense. And here we have Amygdala. Oh, Amygdala. We're contacting Amygdala. I don't think it hears me. Sad. They're having their stonks meeting. Mark is not doing too good, but I think these bagmen will do fine. Let's see. You see that lady over there? She's dangerous. No! I don't want to be grabbed. No, I was in the animation. I'm too slow. She's ripping my eyeballs out of my eye sockets. I need those. Don't you grab me. I just got out of the animation, dude. So last time we got kidnapped on purpose because we want to defeat Dark Beast Parl. You guys just sleep. Sleep. We want to beat Dark Beast Parl and go to Yora that way. Just go to sleep, guys. There's a bagman over there. This place is cursed. I think, yeah, I can't open this door. Bagman strong as usual. Using his special bagman powers. Whoa. I like that they get mad that they get attacked. Oh, he's faster than me. Oh, there's a little guy over there. Ow! Oh, I'm getting beat up! Oh, I'm getting beat up! He's beating me up. That was unlucky. Also, Diamonds, I appreciate you asking questions in the chat, and everybody who engages, I very much appreciate it. It helps pass. Oh! It helps pass the time. Oh, I thought I wasn't gonna get that off, but I did. Magically. We did increase our stamina a little bit for these big swings. I was gonna use my pebbles, but it ended up not working. Alright, Parl should be down here. There he is. The boy. Just taking a little nap. Let's summon Defector Antol. What do you look like? Did I summon you last time? I can't remember. And what did he defect from? Oh, maybe he defected from Yarhargul. And that's why he's out here. He was like, y'all are up to some nasty business. Alright, let's get ready to not be able to see anything that we're doing. Looks like fire is effective, but I don't have my fire paper on. Indeed, unable to see what I'm doing. Take a pebble! Ugh, I missed. vitals okay? Glad to see it. Sometimes when I try to dodge, I end up jumping instead, which is a little bit annoying. That's why I like that later on we have a dedicated jump button in FromSoft games. Ooh, nice job, Antal. Oh, you're so majestic, Dark Beast Paw. Love to see that. Ooh, I thought that was gonna be dangerous for me. That's gonna be dangerous. Oh, I thought I got away. Oh, I got hit by the... Oh, the backlash. Okay. I don't think I noticed it did that before. Antal? You just got hit by that Antal. Antal, no! Ooh, nice. I got greedy. He's doing that move a lot. Let me face you. No, I'm gonna die! Oh, come on. My sword was just right next to it. Alright, we did it. Got a bold hunter's mark as well. Now we have to listen to the weird sword sound. But we made it. We made it and we did it. With no blood vials to spare. Alright, we can level up again.
Welcome. What is it you do? Very well, let me stand.
Now shut your eyes. Okay, we're gonna get to 40 endurance and then we're gonna go back to leveling arcane. I need it.
Farewell, good. May you find you.
Thank you. We might as well just buy blood vials. Is there a hierarchy in Bloodborne? When I was playing the game, I was always confused about the many different factions in the game and who I was actually fighting. Yes, so there's some different factions for sure. So the garb I'm wearing is the choir set, and the choir are like the upper echelons of the healing church. And the healing church is the ones that they administer blood. So like our hunter at the very beginning of the game gets injected with blood. And that is part of the healing church's whole thing, is that they use blood from the old gods and holy blood that they have in certain saints and stuff. And they administer it and they study the blood as well. So the highest people of the church are the choir people, and they wear this outfit. So they wear the blindfold and this stuff, and they are found at the very top of the cathedral ward. That's where we eventually fight Abritus. At the very top is where the choir has their whole thing. Other church members are like, I think her name's Adela. I turned her into an alien this time around, but other church members wear like the regular church garb, which includes this white church hat. So this is a lower level. They are lower than the person with the blindfold. And then the people that wear the black church garb are even lower than that. So they wear this kind of garb. And Gascoigne, who we fight as usually the second boss, is a member of the Healing Church as well. He's a Healing Church hunter. And his garb, do we have his garb? Is a hunter as well. So you can see here it says, the dingy scarf is a holy shawl and a symbol of the Healing Church, from which Gascoigne would eventually part ways. So he was at once a part of the Healing Church, but then later, oh, I got my little breechers on. Later he left, but he was definitely a member of the church. And then we can see with the black church garb, it says, attire of Healing Church hunters, the holy shawl, symbol of the Healing Church, flutters proudly on their backs. Most Healing Church hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge, achieved by disposing of victims and even potential victims before signs of the sickness manifest. Their black tires is synonymous with fear and that peculiar Yarnum madness. And then we have Healing Church doctors, which is the white church garb that we talked about. So they're above the people that wear black garb. These doctors are superiors to the black preventative hunters and specialists in experimentally backed blood ministration and the scourge of beasts. They believe that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method for research, and that some knowledge can only be obtained by exposing oneself to sickness. So while the black church hunters, they pretty much kill people that start turning into beasts because of the blood, the white church garb people turn people into beasts, basically, to study it. And then the choir people, if we can find their garb, attire of the choir, high-ranking members of the Healing Church. Members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth. Together with the left-behind Great One, they look to the skies in search of astral signs that may lead them to rediscovery of true greatness. So these are the very top people of the Healing Church. We also visit Bergenworth, which is in the past, people of the Healing Church were a part of Bergenworth, but later on they splintered into a different group. So the Healing Church were originally Bergenworth people that splintered off and did their own thing. So definitely there's a hierarchy for sure. Long story short, yes, hierarchy is a big ol' yes. Should we put Eileen's stuff back on? I think we should. And Canehurst is a different group altogether as well. They have their own story. Do I want those leggings or do I want Eileen's leggings? Kinda like the Canehurst night leggings with that. Alright. Right. We just beat Darkbeast Parl, and I think we want to continue. On that path. Graveyard of the Dark Beast. I hope that made sense. Too much diamonds. I know it was a lot of information, but... At least with the healing church, it's very clear of their own hierarchy. You can think of hunters as both, there's like healing church hunters, which are like officially sanctioned by the healing church, and then there's like just other hunters that you can think of as more like mercenaries or people that are like guns for hire. They fulfill the same function, but some are sanctioned and some are not. You guys are nasty. Oh. I need this. Ow! Stop it! Ow! Oh! No, I don't want to kill you! No! I got stuck in the corner. I didn't want to kill them, though. I didn't want to fight the little guys. We gotta get our torch on. Is the Healing Church more of a cult or a well-meaning organization that lost control? I think it's more of a cult. Definitely more of a cult. Like, perhaps there's some members within the church that are well-meaning, but for the most part, their whole thing is that they want to use, like, the blood when they know that they shouldn't. Because it turns people into beasts, and it's not a secret that it turns people to beasts. Like, yes, it can heal people, but at what cost, right? Like, the cost is this. Stop it! I don't want to kill you, you idiots! I just want to get these items that are stuck inside these enemies. Okay, we got them. Okay, I actually wanted to go... I'm being chased. I'm being chased. I saw his eyeballs. Let's see. I think it's this way. Yes, I can hear the howling. Hey guys, I'm just gonna grab this. You don't need it. Let's take that ritual blood. You guys live your best lives. Maybe they'll forget I'm here. There's somebody up there. I bet they're gonna jump down. But we are going to go right here. I think the main thing to keep in mind is that the blood and also the eldritch truth drives people insane. So even if you did start with like noble, like with a noble passion of wanting to heal people, in the end, you're just gonna go crazy. Are you mad at me? He's not mad. Guys, he's not mad. Okay, we can do this.
Well, well. How did you get in here?
I fought the dark beast.
It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yarnum? I've no interest in matters further up. But you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first.
I won't, and I won't
You
hurt
understand
your
me?
friend. Spare the beasts.
Yes, very good. I no longer dream, but I was once
This
a
is what he
hunter
says.
too.
He no longer dreams.
There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see.
I've seen.
It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no use for it anyway.
Thank you. I already have his badge. So usually he would give you his badge, but I already have it, so he didn't give it to me.
What is it? Surely I need not repeat myself. Go, I say. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it.
Alright. So I think I will use a Bold Hunter's Mark. Because I don't want to accidentally hit anything that I shouldn't hit. So Master Willem just let it happen. So Master Willem was the provost, the like principal or whatever, the leader of Bergenworth, and he was interested in studying the great old ones, so like Abritus and the moon presence and all of those eldritch gods, without using the blood. So that's why the old adage is fear the old blood. So he wanted to not use the blood, and instead he decided to study eyes and lining your brain with eyes, literally, to ascend to godhood. So that was also insight in this game, so it's a little pun. I have 57 insight, which means I have 57 eyes inside of my head right now. Maybe it's metaphysical, maybe it's physical, you know, whatever gives you the most heebie-jeebies is probably the way that they meant for it to go. But anyway, so Provost Willem wanted nothing to do with the blood ministration, and that's why there was a schism between Bergenworth and the Healing Church, because the Healing Church wanted to use the blood, and Master Willem did not. That doesn't mean that Master Willem didn't do absolutely heinous things as well, because he did, but he didn't want to use the blood, and did other heinous things, like what he did to Cosm's orphan, the poor wizened child that you find out about in the DLC. But yeah, so Master Willem wasn't interested in the blood, but he was already an old man by the time the schism happened. And time seems to work weirdly in Yharnam. Okay. So, what items do we actually have? I think we want to go into the forest, maybe? I'm gonna check to see if Eileen is still below the stairs. Just hanging out there all the time, aren't you? Okay, Eileen is not here, so she might actually be at the cathedral. Okay, let's go check. Hey, dude. Poke. Ow. Ow. He's so angry. Okay. Hey, dudes. Don't frenzy me. I have too much insight. No, Eileen's not here. Okay. Well then. Who knows where she is, right? Oh no, she was at the Tomb of Odin, actually. I think she was, at least. Are you saying insight is a metaphysical connection to the gods? I always thought it was just knowledge. It is knowledge, but it is also literally eyes on the inside, and it is also a connection with the gods. Knowledge is connection to the gods. So, like in H.P. Lovecraft cosmic horror stories, like, the reason people go mad is not because they see the ancient god, it's because they see the ancient god and they understand it, and then the moment they look away from it, they don't understand it anymore, and that's what kind of drives them insane. So, like, while we understand the gods, like, as we go through the game, we understand more and more and more about what's going on, and that gives us more and more insight, which makes our connection to the gods stronger because we know more. If that makes sense. It's like opening your mind to a metaphysical door to the gods. If that makes any sense. It makes sense in my own brain, but it might not make sense as I'm trying to explain it, because it's very, too cerebral for someone who is not a good communicator to try and communicate. It's a failing on my own part. Let's see. I want to check to see, make sure. I think Eileen's actually supposed to be here. And if she's not, I have no idea where she is. Okay, she is here. Woo!
Try to keep your hands clean. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
Yes, ma'am. I will until you need my help. Again. I mean, look at my cape. I'm one of you. Alright. Oh, we should actually go to Bergenworth. Since we're talking about Bergenworth, we might as well go, right? The password. We'll go give the guy the password. And this message over here, the Bergenworth spider hides all manner of rituals and keeps our lost master from us. A terrible shame. It makes my head shudder uncontrollably. I said that weird, but anyways, the Bergenworth spider is Rom, and the master is Master Willem. And we know that parts of Bergenworth have actually been, like, sucked into the dream. Or the nightmare, I should say. Is the password guy this way? I can't ever remember how to get to him. Have you seen a guy asking for a password anywhere? Oh, there's a bagman over there. He's just hanging out.
Away!
Oops, I missed. It's not... No, this is the way to Old Yarnum. I think he might actually be not this way. But I'm already going this way, so I might as well continue. Actually the way to our dear friend of Jolly Cooperation. Yep. Well, he's not here right now, but... Ow! The bagman! He hit me from there. What a meanie. Oh. After you kill the spider, there is a queen and the queen. Who is she? She is Queen Yarnum. I think you see her before a boss fight and a baby crying in the OST. Yes. So she is Queen Yarnum, the Thumerian queen, of which Yarnum is named after. And we know this from the Chalice dungeons, that her name is Queen Yarnum. I have seen that she is indeed a boss. I've had that spoiled for me, but that's fine. But we know that her name is Queen Yarnum, and she gave birth. The reason why her stomach is bloody and the reason why we see her before a baby cries is because she gave birth to Murgo, who is a great one. And the other parent is probably Udin, which this is Udin's chapel. And Ariana, who's usually right here, the Lady of the Night, also becomes impregnated while she's here with a baby great one. And so Murgo is not killed directly by you, the hunter. You kill Murgo's wet nurse, which is the entity that's taking care of Murgo, which is the great one that you can't see. But yes, she is Queen Yarnum. And I have so many things that I want to do. I want to grab my friends, but I hope it's not too late in the night, because I was so focused on Eileen that I might have missed doing some other stuff. Oh. How's the best way to get to Ariana? Don't know. I think I need to go to the Central Plaza. So many shining coins. Oh, okay, you're out here. And this is the way to Bergenworth, okay.
Oh, good to see you safe. Now, let's think up something to discuss. Just tell me what piques your interest.
Healing
As
Church?
you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral.
Yeah.
and that councillors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward.
Yes.
If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit.
So that's because there's a whole ass eldritch being at the top of that church.
Byrgenwerth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Byrgenwerth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive,
I will tell you.
but only they
2.
know the password that allows passage through the gate.
There's 2.
Ah, there's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Byrgenwerth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle.
Shocking.
It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle.
Canehurst Castle.
I bid you farewell. May the good blood go.
Thank you for all the knowledge. So this is the way to Byrgenwerth, which is not where I'm trying to go, but since we're here, we might as well give the password.
The password. Oh no. Let's get the door. Let's get the door. Let's get the door. They should come in when you come in. Almost. Bit me. No, he was bleeding. He was. What was it? No, like that, no. Get the door, Amos. Get the door. No, no.
That is such a good moment in the game. Oh my gosh. So the old gods are similar to the outer gods in Elden Ring. Yes. Well, kinda. They're more physical. Like the outer gods in Elden Ring are much less present, but I think that's because our hunter is more connected to the dreams, so we can actually see them. But yes, I think they're similar to the outer gods in Elden Ring in that they're beings that don't exist on this plane of existence. He's fine. Buddy's doing well. He's doing fine, looking great for his age, actually. I hate this place so much. I hate this place. I'm just gonna get the lamp and then I'm gonna go back. I need to get Ariana. I think the lamp is, yeah, it's across that bridge over there. Ow! I can't acquire any more pebbles. I kind of think of the Elden Ring, outer god, like the Elden Ring outer gods to be even more, like, unknowable than the gods that we know about in Bloodborne. Because I think of the gods that we know about in Bloodborne that we can see, besides Elden, because we don't know that much about Elden, but the other ones, like the moon presence in them, I think are more like ascendant beings. Like the hunter himself can become an outer god at the end, can ascend to godhood by the end of it if you like do all the things. But I don't know, I feel like the outer gods in Elden Ring are even more like cosmic necessities almost. Like they exist as a part of the way the universe just happens to exist. I don't know how to explain it. It's confused. Like chaos and order are like building blocks of the universe, and so they must exist. I don't know, it's confusing even for me. That's why I've never made my Crucible video, is because I get into all this stuff and I'm like, I just don't know how to tell you what's going on in my head when I'm thinking about this stuff. I'm not a good communicator when it comes to that. Let's see. I want to go back to Cathedral Ward. I really want to get Ariana and the Skeptic. Skeptic, probably gonna send to Yosefka. And Ariana we're gonna save, because she's our favorite. We send the old lady to be turned into an alien this time, because she's mean. Yeah, I just realized that the Hunter's Dream has those trees just like the boss fight, the Elden Beast. Yeah, and also they exist as the arch trees in Dark Souls. You go like to the depths of the earth, and there's these like this ancient lake, and there are also those big trees that are very similar. So it's been a running theme in like motif, I guess you could say. I didn't open this. Silly me. I have to go around now. I didn't open it. We gotta go around and then we'll open it from the other side. Ow! I thought I dodged, but I didn't. Excuse me, excuse me. Pardon. Shh, just keep sleeping. You're fine. We're fine. Look at them. They're trying to help me out. Were you guys holding it shut the whole time? Rude. Okay, I think our friends are this way. Ooh, that fire sound was bad. Yes, our friends are this way. They're right here, actually. Just make sure I'm not gonna get stabbed while I talk to them.
Oh. A hunter of beasts, are you?
Wait, this is Patches.
Glory be.
Damn it, Patches!
Not the value you possess. But more's the pity.
Alright, Patches.
The hours of the night are many.
You messed up what I'm trying to do here, dude.
More than I can count. A veritable hunt, unending.
Mm-hmm.
Not even death offers solace. And the blood
imbibes you.
you.
Yes, indeed.
A most frightful fate. Oh my. But I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral
Yeah.
and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength.
Sure it will, dude.
Yes, I'm unquestionably certain.
What a little snake. Well, I guess a spider.
Not even death offers seek you.
But it is interesting that he says...
Not even death offers solace.
Not even death offers solace.
And the blood imbibes
And the blood imbibes
the
you.
gift of the God.
So usually you imbibe the blood, which means you're drinking it. But the blood is drinking you instead.
Oh, glory be, but the hours...
We already talked to you. Okay, he's gonna be at every door, so I have to reset. I guess we might as well... Oh, did you hear him? He said, I must believe. Oh, I should listen to him next time to see if I can hear him better. You gonna be at every door?
Glory be, but...
Ow! You got the Black Church garb. Why does the healing church attack the character? If I understand correctly, we are a hunter of the church, as per the intro cutscene. I don't think you're a healing church hunter. You are first and foremost a foreigner. You are not from Yharnam. When you wake up, you have the foreigner's garb on. And I think the contract that you sign is actually just to become like a general hunter, not like a healing church hunter, which probably has like its own recruitment process. You sign like a basic contract to be like a mercenary hunter that just goes out and kills beasts. Unknowingly, you also are chosen while you're on the table. The beast that tries to come out and attack you, that comes out of the blood and the floor in the intro cutscene, is your inner beast. But you are chosen and seen by the little messengers. They're like, oh, this person has, I don't know, like potential or something. But anyways, you get a connection with the moon presence, because perhaps the moon presence sees that you are someone useful, someone that can, in the night of the hunt, and do what the moon presence wants you to do. So you're chosen, basically, after you're administered and after you sign the contract. And that's why you become more powerful, not because you were chosen by the healing church, but because you were chosen by the moon presence. I mean, it could be that every hunter that imbibes the blood ends up being chosen, ow, by the moon presence. I jumped right into that bullet. It's a bit unclear, and I think it's open to your own personal interpretation. If every hunter that gets the blood can become this kind of powerful hunter, or if it's only like special ones that can enter the dream. I think it's only special hunters that are chosen by the moon presence that can enter the dream. Like these guys, they're wearing black, like church garb. Like some of them. Like this guy was. But he's he can't enter the dream. But then there's other hunters that can. And the Healing Church, I think, attacks you because you are a threat. You're a threat to their whole order. Because you're unveiling the secrets of the Healing Church, which are meant to be kept secret. People aren't supposed to know that it's actually the blood that causes the beast plague. People aren't supposed to know that the Healing Church knows that the blood causes the beast plague and still administers it anyways. But as the hunter, because you're running around and finding all these secrets and you're powerful, you are a danger to their order. You're a danger to their church and power. So that's why they attack you. Okay, we gotta go back and rest because Mr. Patches decided to ruin what we were trying to do by giving us a tonsil stone. Are they also blood crazy too? Some of them, yes. I mean, Vicar Amelia, she's a part of the Healing Church, and we see her transform into a beast. And they say in the I forget what item says it, but there's an item that says the members of the Healing Church become the most horrendous of beasts, and that's because they're the ones who have imbibed in the blood the most. It's some item somewhere says that. Is it Gascoigne's hat? I don't think it is. Father... The scalpel of a horrible cleric beast indicating the hunter, Brador, Healing Church assassin, had killed a compatriot. It's something related to the cleric beast. Tells you that they become the most horrible beasts. I wonder if it's key item. I don't remember. Ah, here it is. Ludwig was the first of many Healing Church hunters to come, and many whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous of beasts. So Healing Church clerics, which are higher levels, you know, just like in Catholic churches, they have like different cardinals and, I don't know, bishops. I don't know if that's all the same thing. But anyways, they have different levels of people. We have clerics, we have vicars in the Healing Church, and the choir, of course, is the top. And then cleric beasts are literally men or women that were clerics in the church, just normal humans, and then they transformed into cleric beasts, those giant howling beasts. And we see Vicar Amelia also, she has a high level rank and she turns into a hideous beast, although she has cool horns. So they are indeed blood crazed, but maybe not all like absolutely. Oh no, they're probably all absolutely insane. But I guess that's all a matter of perspective, honestly. Okay, let's try this again and hope that Patches has left us alone now. So we can actually talk to Ariana. We might have to use the tonsil stone to get him to stop talking to us. We'll see. All right. Let's try this again. He didn't notice? We're good? Taking all the madman's knowledge. Excuse me? Oh, there's an item over there. So I want to see if I can... He's just talking about the stench this time.
You're not from around here, are you?
I'm not.
Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from my castle.
Oh, your castle. Sure, dude. I'll just go right over here and talk to this lady.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day.
I smell like moon.
What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not.
If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
I don't need that kind of service. I just want to help you.
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right?
Yes.
Might you know of a safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to.
Yeah? I'm gonna save you and only you.
Thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
You're the only one who's nice to the chapel dweller as well.
Oh, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stunts. What's this two-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter.
Yeah?
Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider.
Well, you're not gonna trust
Know
me.
why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin.
Yeah, sure. That's what you want to do. When I was doing the Crow questline, all I can remember is getting one-shotted by the hunter at the end of the questline. Yeah, he's so tough. He's so tough. But I have his mask because I killed him.
Alright. What crafty lies does the outside... You think I'm an easy mark?
Yep,
Yeah?
you're an easy mark because I'm
Well,
going to
give me
send
a
you
better
to Yosefka's clinic by telling you to go to Uden Chapel.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks.
Yeah?
I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Alright. So they should show up now. Later. Well, now or later. Now and later. But the next time I'm able to reload, I should... Well, he's not gonna be there, but she will be. Got thick cold blood. Nice. Oh, he dropped an item. It's probably quicksilver bullets, but I hope it's blood vials. No, it's quicksilver. Ay. Okay, we're gonna head back down. And we are going to go to Yosefka's clinic. So that we can get the items, our rewards for sending her test subjects. And then go back to the what do you call it? Cathedral Ward. Do you think the new From Software game is connected to Bloodborne? If I remember, it's called Duskblood. I doubt it. I doubt that it will actually, like, be connected to it in any lore sense, any more than any other FromSoft game is connected to another FromSoft game, but I think it probably will be connected in a spiritual sense. In an atmosphere sense.
You're all right.
Because I think they legally probably couldn't actually
You're
connect
safe
it.
with me now.
Because
I presume you're to thank.
Nintendo and
the treatment
Sony
is going well.
Properties
stabilized
and licenses.
For the most part. Fascinating, really. Here you are, as promised.
Thank you.
Oh, thank goodness you came.
Yeah?
Be a dear. Find me some more?
No. Well, I have one more for you. And he's a beast, so I'm happy for you to turn into an alien. I think Duskblood, it seems like it's leaning far heavier into the vampire thing than even Bloodborne did. Because Bloodborne has vampire-esque people, like in Canehurst. But it's mostly eldritch horror. And Duskblood, from the trailer at least. I'll have to know more once they finally have a story trailer. That's what I'm looking forward to, as to whether or not... Well, I don't think I can buy it, because I probably can't afford the console, but once a story trailer comes out, I think we can know a bit more as to whether... what kind of horror it's leaning into. But just by the teaser trailer, or whatever you call that, the showcase, it seemed more vampire-y than anything else. I mean, why not? Vampires are cool. More vampire media all the time, please. Yeah, same. Too Much Diamond says, I don't think I'm going to play it because of the prices. I don't really play Nintendo games. Yeah, I usually don't play Nintendo games either. I have been missing Pokemon recently, but I could just play, like, I don't know, something similar. Like, to buy a whole console for one game, I don't think I'll do that. I mean, the reason why I got a PlayStation was because so many FromSoft games were on PlayStation. But it wasn't just Bloodborne, it was Dark Souls, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, you know, all of the above. Eventually Elden Ring. But yeah, to buy a Nintendo console, the Switch, just for one game, not gonna happen. Especially with how expensive it is, and with our... not in this economy.
Oh, hello, dear.
I guess I'll have to suffice to watching somebody else play it.
This is a safe place.
It is.
Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood.
Thank you.
But would you even take a whore's blood?
I would. I already have her blood. I think I have Yosefka and Adeline's blood. Adeline is from the DLC. William Ahor's blood. Yeah, she does say it like that.
There ain't a peep to be heard, not in the old town. I doubt there's any more out there.
Yeah, I sent you the only good one.
Save us. Yharnam's done for.
She's the only nice one. The rest are horrible people.
There ain't no more survivors. There can't be.
We saved him in the last life.
Yharnam's done for.
Huar. Would you even take a Huar's blood? I would, actually, but I have no room in my inventory for it.
There ain't no more Yharnam's.
Okay. Right, so we did all that. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Give me about 2 minutes and I'll be back and we can play some more. I'll let you take a look over here at beautiful Ariana as I go. Oh, is it possible Nice Cathedral Man is a leftover goodwill of Odin manifest? I mean, could be. If Odin ever had any goodwill, who knows? Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. Speaking of Odin, I've thought of Odin as more of a creature along the lines of the Greater Will, like even more distant than like a goddess like Marika or something in Elden Ring. Like Odin is almost like a force of nature that, or a parasite kind of, that infects living creatures, like through the blood medium. And I'm not entirely convinced that the moon's blood is not separate. Like the moon presence's blood might also, like it's all mixed together, right? The moon presence's blood might also have within it Odin's blood. I'm looking for Odin Writhe, or I guess it's the Writhe rune. Formless Odin is actually okay. The Great One Elden, lacking form, exists only in voice and is symbolized in this rune. Those who memorize it enjoy a large supply of quicksilver bullets. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade and the essence of the formless Great One Elden. Both Elden and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. I think any being can be a worshipper of Elden, including the moon presence. Hey, Maya! Oh, thank you! Thank you. Yeah, Pilgrim, I definitely agree. I think Elden is like is almost like chaos in Elden Ring, or like it's just like a thing that exists and is part of the reason why any Great One can exist. If that makes sense. It's holy materials from space or something. I don't know. Alright. So what are we doing now? We got our only good friend here. And I think we want to go to Bergen. No, we want to step lightly around the Grand Cathedral, I think. But not the way Patches wants us to go. We're gonna go the other way. What they call Twisted Shadow in Elden Ring. Twisted Shadow. Excuse me, sir. Don't hit me with that. Thank you. Oh. Gotta go up one more set of stairs. And then we're gonna lightly step around to the left. Take that, Patches. Sounds like the Formless Mother, but I think you can stab her if I... Yes, you are correct, Maya. You can indeed stab into the cosmic body of the Formless Mother. I just had a thought. What if the Formless Mother is the veil between the gods and the, like, the old eldritchy gods, the outer gods, and like the mortal realm? I don't think that that's true, but it's a fun thought experiment. Ow! There's too many guns in this place. As in the chaotic essence opposing order, which the outer gods come from. Yeah. So that was in connection to your twisting shadow comment. Yeah, I don't know if, like, Elden... I mean, obviously he has a physical presence in... Excuse me? In the blood medium. And I forget where you can see... I hear a dog. I hear two dogs. This is a dangerous place to talk about lore and try to look at items. Excuse me, I'm just gonna stand behind the safe tree. It's not a safe tree! It's not a safe tree! The tree's not safe! Okay, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here and then we can talk about lore. That's such a cool scene. It just opens up to... and the freaking birds, dude. Even though they're going at like 10 frames per second, it's still a nice atmosphere. Alright, what was I gonna talk about? Something about Elden? Elden in the blood? There's an item. I don't know if I have it in this playthrough. That tells us a little bit more about Elden. Does Elden represent something like moral code or idea? I don't think I think it's kind of like my idea of my personal view on an Elden Ring order and chaos. I don't think of them, and I don't think of Elden either, as something that has a moral, that it's doing anything. It's like a typhoon or a flood or something. It's not doing something amoral by washing away a city. It's just doing what it does because that's what it does. It's not evil. It's just exists. And that's kind of what I think of Elden as. It's like a virus. Viruses aren't evil. They're just little creatures that don't think, that infect you and make you sick because they're trying to propagate. I was looking for Elden Writhe. Where is that? Maybe I don't have it in this playthrough. I guess that's just the Writhe rune that I'm thinking of. But I thought there was some item somewhere that was blood related. That told us a bit more about Elden. Because we know Elden exists in the blood. A strong will produces thick blood, doubtless the product of obsession, a potent source of human strength. The manifestation of madness comes from a mind teetering on the very brink, but has a sane mind ever produced anything of true significance? So we know that the blood in Elden Ring, from these items, that it can take on different forms based on the will that is interacting with it. Like a strong will can create thick blood, a frenzied mind can create frenzied blood. Those who delve more into the world beyond humanity create kin blood, so their blood touches upon the Eldritch truth, which is the truth that is about the Great Ones. And it can become closer to blood of gods. It becomes the kin blood to God's blood. And the blood itself, like blood exists in everybody. And like here, when all is melted in blood, all is reborn. And as you go on, you see literally a spirit being reborn as a person in blood. What does it all mean? I don't know. Blood is the medium, Bloodborne. Yep, it's all reborn. Born and reborn in the blood. We are made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Fear the old blood. always press the wrong button. Ow! Give me my blood back. This is such a cool statue, by the way. And our hunter is born by the blood too at the beginning, because we weren't a hunter before, but we're born as a hunter after we imbibe in the blood. Oh, hey, oh my gosh, we're going on a little adventure to get, oh, I lost her. I can't deal with you and dogs, okay? Dogs are the bane of my existence in every FromSoft game. They're the worst. Ow. Ow, dude! There we go. Odin represents primal fatherhood. Oops. I was trying to pick up an item. Emoted instead. Don't know what happened there. Odin represents primal fatherhood. What does primal fatherhood mean to you? Like the will to protect and procreate? Oh, hey, big guy. Like how animals don't have consent. Maybe the Chaos God seems more organized and stronger to me. To me, chaos also has a sense of fear to it. Yeah, I always thought of chaos as being like the sense, like the Eldritch truth taken to the extreme. Like the chaos is the despair and pain and fear that comes from certain knowledge. And it doesn't have to be just like knowledge of ancient gods, but also like betrayal and just despair of an internal sense. Like it's all the negative emotions that someone can feel. And it might be like malicious in a not moral sense, but malicious in that it's in like a malignancy that exists in all thinking creatures. That's what I think of chaos as. Like I don't think it's evil in like a I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, I think it's evil to humans because humans have to exist and we moralize things. So from our perspective, it's evil. But to its own perspective, it just is. That's what I think about chaos. It's kind of similar, because I'm watching The Wheel of Time. I'm not watching The Wheel of Time, guys. The Wheel of Time and this book series as well has, like, a very clear separation between good and evil. But I don't think FromSoft tends to separate things so cleanly, in my opinion. Like, yes, it's evil from the perspective of the human having to interact with it, but it might not be evil in, like, a cosmic sense. Like, evil has to exist so we have free will, basically. My body! I'm being crowed! Oh, I'm stuck in the crows! The crows! No, the crows! The crows! I got crowed to death, guys. That's so depressing. I don't know. Do you guys dislike... Sorry to change the subject, but do you guys dislike crows or dogs more? I think I might actually hate the crows more than I dislike the dogs. If I'm being honest with myself. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. I don't want what you're offering me. Where are my blood echoes, dude? Hello? Just gonna take this elevator? Crows did eat me for real, though. Dogs. Yeah, I think the dogs are more... They're just faster. Blood echoes? Where are you? Oh, one of the crows has them. Ah! Dude, just leave me alone. Crows are so freaking loud, dude. What's happening? Just go away. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. I also think Chaos, a la Frenzy Flame in Elden Ring is based on the Jewish concept of hell, where everything returns to where it began before identity and free will existed. But imagine, like, all your dreams and fears and all your friends' hopes and fears, and then some guy you don't know, hopes and fears all melting into wax like your soul that fears. Yeah, I really like that. Yes, that's how I kind of view it too. It's like every thing all mixed together. And they tell us in Elden Ring that that's the chaos wants to return to the world, to that state, to the back to that all together state. But of course, order, the greater will doesn't want that. The greater will wants order and things to be divided. And I think that goes back to like the human psyche, because if you notice about humans is we love to put everything into a tiny category and we like to label things and name things into the most minutia of detail, which a lot of times, like, if we're doing it for identity purposes, like for your own purposes, it can be useful. You're like, I use this word to describe myself, so I use the word nerd to describe myself, or something like that. I'm a video game nerd. And then you get even more stuck in the minutia, and you're like, okay, I'm not just a video game nerd, I'm a FromSoft video game nerd. And then you're like, okay, I'm not just a video game nerd that likes FromSoft games, I'm a video game nerd that likes FromSoft games, and particularly Bloodborne. Or Elden Ring. And so humans, we just like to put things into smaller and smaller categories. The greater will is us, guys. But the greater will, but isn't the greater will against? Yes, the greater will is against chaos. And because both of these two extremes exist, in the center should be balance. So it's like in Wheel of Time, the good, the one power, which is the good thing, exists. Like the ultimate force of good exists, and then the true power, which is the dark one, a malicious eldritch entity that wants to destroy all life, exists, but it must exist because without it, you don't have free will. You don't have the choice to choose to be good. If only good exists, then nobody's good because you didn't choose it. Of course, this is all coming from the perspective of beings with egos. Ew, he's gonna push me off the bridge. I saw her about to throw a Molotov at me, so I had to run away. Ah, the backlash. Backsplash. Okay. I wonder how all the other gods fall into this, because how I see it, some of the gods would be against the Chaos God too. Or your active mouse fingers. Yeah, that's true. It is the trigger fingers. But only the Frenzied Flame has the all-important joystick finger, which allows us to move the camera. Let's see. I wonder if, so to answer your question, I wonder where all the other gods, well, it's not really a question, just more of a musing. And to muse back, I love this part where the doors are just going on the hinges and then this lady's just walking across. I'll answer your question in a second, because this lady's gonna try to murder me. Oh, there's another one! Ow! I forgot about her. Okay, we're fine. I think the other gods exist. I think of them as a result of the two greater powers that are the greater will and chaos. I think greater will and chaos exist as like the two poles, two gravitational forces, and then the other gods exist within that like the meeting of those two forces, other gods are born out of it, and out of the divisions that the greater will creates as well, mixing with the existence of chaos still, because rot is both, we see in the game that it is both a destructive force, but it is also a force of new life because it transforms life. So it's both destruction and creation. We see sleep as a more gentle, like, I guess, could be a gentle death if it's not so separated from Mikola. Yeah, like you said, Maya, rot is also life, like I said as well. To me, the Crucible, I imagine the Crucible, and this is, I'm so bad at explaining this, but the Crucible is like white light. Like it is white light because it is light that hasn't been divided, right? So, if I were playing Elden Ring right now, I would use the ancient meteoric sword, or the stone sword that has been aligned with the light, and both of those have like white light moves, and the Crucible is like pure white light, and then it passes through the prism that is reality, and it splits off into all these different things. So it splits off into rot and the moon and cold and sleep and all this other stuff and humans and all sorts of things. It's white light refracted through the mortal realm of our existence, if that makes sense. And the Crucible is also evolution. I think it can be multiple things as well. Like, that's the thing with art, is that one thing can represent a plethora of things, and that's the joy of art. And you're like, and it could mean this, and it could also mean this, which is fun. It's like, that's the joy of going through from, oh, I fell down the hole. Going through from soft games. I think of white light is like ancient order before consciousness, along with the swirling darkness. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, I think of it as something before divisions as well. Or maybe I could be wrong. It could be just something that existed at the same time as the Crucible. Like during a time in the world when there wasn't all these divisions, white light represents that time as well as the Crucible, because I think of course, as the white light is like everything being conjoined, because, you know, white light is all the colors combined. All of the colors reflected and combined, whereas black light is everything absorbed. I can't target that thing over there. What the heck? Why can't I target you? It seems like some of the forces or gods have a type of humanity or feelings, for lack of a word. Like Radagon was trying to get back to the white light at his most sympathetic, despite being a religious fundamentalist. Yeah. And after the dark and light settled, land was allowed to exist. The stone sheath. Okay. Yeah. Maybe Mai reminds me of the Blood Star, even though I don't think it's a god. Yeah, the Blood Star has always been something really interesting. I definitely think it's the Formless Mother. The Formless Mother craves wounds, and I think maybe she came into existence perhaps when the first, like, conception of sin. Like, it doesn't have to be Golden Order fundamentalist sin, but just, like, sin in general. She's, like, a Eve or a Lilith type figure. Like, the first conception of sin was what created the god that became the Formless Mother. Kind of like in D&D, like how there's all these, like, gods that exist, like, no matter what, they just have their own domains that they rule over. And I think of the Formless Mother as, like, the goddess of all sin. And it doesn't matter where that sin comes from and what god it comes from. It's just like any sin, any pain, the Formless Mother it's her domain. So, like, the sin of murder and the sin of, I don't know, whatever fundamental Golden Order people think is sin. So, being misbegotten, I guess. Being different. Being not me. So that's where the briars, that's why the briars are also connected, because they cause wounds. The briars cause wounds, and the Formless Mother craves wounds. I have no idea if any of this is legit. It's just what I think. I missed. Let's try again. Oh, almost missed the visceral there. We got it. Just called me a brat. I mean, true, but rude.
It's all your fault.
I like the idea of the formless and formless mother, or the formless Odin refers to the literal liquid not having solid shape. Yeah. And then being actually alive and the blood is exposed to sight or spilled. Yeah, I like that as well. Or it could just be like a consciousness that exists beyond reach as well. Like the trauma of seeing gore can be the formless mother. Oh, I hate this part. Do we want to just run to the boss and not worry about all this other stuff? I do have a lot of blood echoes, though. We're gonna go and spend my blood echoes. Oh yeah, I have too many pebbles. She's trying really hard to get to me right now. No! Leave me alone, dog! I gotta get to the lamp. I gotta get to the lamp. I gotta get to the lamp. We made it. I'm intangible. I am the formless Odin now. Also, yeah, the arcane heirloom seems to imply that the formless mother was first seen sometime after the razing of the Hornsent town. I mean, does it say explicitly that... I mean, I always thought that it was pointing towards the formless mother, but... I don't think it says so explicitly that it's her. Because they said they looked upon the body of their god and saw something divine. Or it should be something divine, but it filled them with... I can't remember what it says off the top of my head, honestly. Let's see. Pilgrim Butterfly says, that's actually what I put under shadow. But you bring up a good point. It's interesting that it's often in obscurity or blindness that some see the blood star or mother of truth. Yes, the mother of truth. The truth is we're all sinners. No, I'm just kidding. This makes me want to pop into Elden Ring and read some items. I think I might do that. What time is it? 9:52. It's almost time for me to stop streaming. But let's pop in real quick. Let's just do a real quick pop into Elden Ring. Exit game and return to title menu. Yes. Let's get it. Let's get in here. Elden Ring is so... it's just such a magnum opus game for FromSoft. Just, like, I know Miyazaki said it's not quite perfect. And I'm like, Miyazaki, come on. You made a masterpiece. Give yourself this. Let's see. We want to play on a higher level character that probably has beat the game at least once. Just so we can look at all the items and stuff. Alright. Let's see. We want to look at the heirloom. Heirloom. I'm in like Bloodborne mind. My brain is like, where is anything? How do I do stuff? So the Blood Star is the formless mother. I always had the idea that it was a vassal, like the Elden beast. Oh, I like that, actually. Because stars tend to be like physical manifested beasts. Like we have the Fall Star Beast, we have Astel. So the Blood Star being a vassal is pretty cool, actually. I like that idea. Do I not have that charm? I gotta have it. Yes, here we go. Buttons. So a talisman, so this is the outer god heirloom. A talisman engraved with the lore of an outer god, which is, the lore is just a visage. The clan who lost everything in the great fires peered upon the corpse of their ancestor. Normally an act of sanctity. Right, it was an ancestor that they peered upon, not a god. And saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such great torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. It's definitely one of the Where am I even? I'm at Bonnie Village. It's one of the... whatchamacallit? I can't think of the word. I'm so sorry. My brain is like dying right now. We'll just go and see it. What are words? How do we even use them? Yes, looks like one of the Hornstead corpses, the ascetics in here. So these are the bodies, of course, of their ancestors. Not this. This is not the body of their ancestor, obviously. This is a scorpion spider. This is a body of their ancestor. Oh, the frame rate difference. It's so powerful. So it's definitely seems to be depicting something similar to this, which are like basically they're ascetics, like monks that have sat and like in order to reach nirvana or like a greater state of being have sat and ascended for better or worse. Yeah, there's this one that isn't beheaded, and is the other one outside on the other side of Ballarat? I like that Maya that connects name-wise. Let's see. Yeah, the tutelary, is that the right word? Tutelary deities. They failed to become Anirlim. So they just became local deities, but they failed to become powerful enough to ascend to the city of the gods. I don't think this character has Anirlim unlocked, actually. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Definitely William. There's a huge caste system going on. Birds? Birds are the top of the caste. Birds are the ultimate beings. Lions, a little bit lower than that. But the more horns you got, the better. The other non-beheaded statue is under the woman tree surrounded by the flyman and a near a limb. Okay. Does this character have a near limb unlocked? Because the other character started a new game, so I didn't have it unlocked. It looks like I don't. Oh no, I do. But only the outer wall. Oh yeah, the woman trees. I haven't, oh my gosh, I don't know if I remember how to play this game because I've been playing too much Bloodborne. Maybe we should get some actual armor on before we go fight something? I don't know. Well, we'll just put random stuff on. Carrion Knight armor, still my favorite set. Like, I just can't get over it. Although I do love Relana's armor as well. I mean, very this is telling us, I know I have a wing guy coming at me, but this is telling us that taking the bodies of the dead and perhaps guardians and how do I do anything? I forgot how to play this game. How does the Storm King connect to the Hornsent? I think that the Hornsent, all of this occurred while Placidusax, like the ascension of Hornsent and stuff happened while Placidusax was the Elden Lord, if that makes any sense. Like, he exists out of time now, but there was a time when he was the Elden Lord. And who has the most horns? Dragons. Who are flying things? Dragons. Who are the most amazing birds that ever existed? Dragons. Ow! How do I play? Guys, can you remind me how to play this game? How to get used to the speed at which things happen in this game. Ow! Ow! My body! Okay. We got him. Okay. Phew. So, the Nearlim Guardians are supervisors of Udix Gundyr. Indeed. The Dragon Lord had the power of the storm. That's right. So dragons, are like primordial beings. So they existed in a time when there was no time. I don't know how to explain it. So this goes back to Elden Ring and a lot of FromSoft games being D&D, being very closely related to some of the stuff that happens in D&D lore. So in D&D lore, the two worlds, like the main world and another world that's its shadow, basically, were once to one world. Let's see. It's Turiel. What's the other one called? Anyways, they were once one world, and then it got separated into two. One of them has a steel sky, which sometimes this world, the shadow world, has a steel sky. But anyways, that second world that was split off from the main world was ruled by dragons, basically. I can't really explain it, but I'm not very good at explaining it, I should say. But basically, I think that the Hornsent were like a branch of humans that were slowly refined. Like, they were beasts that were slowly refined while Placidusax was the Lord. And it was a different type of order at that time. It wasn't as stringent, it wasn't as fundamentalist, it wasn't as divided. And during this time, to become more godly was to have horns, because, I mean, look at dragons. They've got horns. They're pretty freaking godly with their storm stuff. And I personally think that Godfrey's line, like Godfrey and maybe even all Tarnished are from this like refining of humanity, completely separate from Newman. It's like a convergent evolution, completely separate from Newman. Newman came from the stars, so they're kind of like elves. They're like a different species that happens to look similar to humans. I think Godfrey's line is basically a refined over time, same line as Hornsent. And that's why he has storm powers, because he comes from the same line as Hornsent, but he didn't have horns so he wasn't as godly, I guess, because he didn't have horns, and maybe that's why he turned against the Hornsent, because they were like, well, like, you don't have horns, you're not worth much. But he was actually pretty powerful. Who knows? So mad we didn't get Siraj lore in the DLC. I know. Come on, dude. Give me some Siraj. That's my boy. Yeah, but Siraj doesn't have horns. So he would not be considered particularly, like in the Hornsent culture, he wouldn't, no matter how powerful he could have been, he wouldn't have been considered powerful in the Hornsent culture. I would love some Siraj lore for real. I wanted to see the tree ladies. I think I can go out. Actually, I think this way leads out to the other side. Oh yeah, and these basically tell us that it was a long practice of many people to send the bodies of perhaps their gods or at least their ancestors. And we have the stone fissure coffins, which is a similar thing, because all manner of death washes up here in the Shadow Realm. Whether it's gods or mortals. Also, I was talking with some friends. We were talking about Elden Ring lore, and I was like, I mean, night folk are literally just drow. They're just, I mean, not literally. Obviously, FromSoft and Miyazaki have their own lore and everything, but just to simplify it and just being like, I mean, come on. If you look at them, they're pretty much just drow. They live underground. They have a dark, evil god, perhaps. They're pretty much drow. Where do you put the Rao civilization and their heritage of the Crucible, then? The Hornsent themselves study these people. Yes. Okay, so maybe I think the Rao are like the first people, if that makes sense. Like, in like a Titan kind of way. Like, if we think of the different ages of men in like Greek mythology, like there's all these, there's like the bronze and the gold. Gold is like this like mythical age, and I kind of think of the Rao civilization as like being that mythical age of men and titans and gods all kind of existing in like this holy glorious state or something like that. Honestly, I have a hard time with timeline stuff because the game is really unclear, and like I have all these disparate ideas which occasionally all come together like to make sense. I don't have my torch or my lantern attached to me, but sometimes my different disparate ideas don't actually connect, and I'm like, they all make sense separately, but when I try to put them together, they just don't, and it's really frustrating. Titans? Yeah, you can see like, I guess you can see them as like giants or something, but like primordial big people. primordial big people that were probably like, you can see them in like the main world over here, especially in the Frost area and in Caelid. You can see the giant skeletons of these titans. Let's see. I don't think anyone is confident about his interpretation of the timeline. Who's him? The Glowmite Queen ruins all timeline theories. Yeah, it's because we know so little about the Glowmite Queen. So we don't know if she existed as a contemporary to Marika, was Marika. I'm over here talking about titans and I can't find one of their skulls. Let's see, can we find the giant skull anywhere? Giant skull? Hello? Maybe we'll just go to the... How did you find me? We'll go over here. The Forbidden Lands. Yeah, there's so many events that we know of, but not where to put them in the timeline. That is correct. Like, I think at a certain point, obviously, like once order starts kicking in, you're like, okay, now that we have a fundamentalist religion, we have things in a timeline. We know the shattering happened. And we know that before that Marika and Radagon were doing their bullshit. Okay, here's a giant titan right here. They're the fire giants. Yeah, but I couldn't see them clearly. Let's see. I meant no one knows for sure the time. Yes, but in a rough line, you could think of the 3 lines of humans, then Newman from the sky, evolved a man, beast, okay, so first is the Rao civilization. We know that Rao, well, we don't know, but I interpret Rao as coming first because the Hornsent were studying the Rao, and we're literally studying their ruins. So this is a civilization that existed long, long ago, to the point that the Hornsent could only study their ruins. Perhaps they existed contemporaneously with these titans, because we know what a fire giant looks like, because we fight a fire giant, and the fire giant is not this giant. And the forge that the Forge of Giants, is way more giant than the giant that uses it. And in a lot of lore, and like D&D lore as well, giants are descendants or creations of like Titan-esque type beings, like primordial beings that had a strong connection to the elements, whether it be wind or fire or earth, etc., etc. I I wish so bad I could send you this image of mythology art. You can send it to my email address. Although I don't think I have access to it on this computer that I'm using to look at the chat. But I can always look at it later. Also, I am planning to open a Discord for my community, but that's only once I reach 1,000 subscribers. It's a present to me. From me to me for hitting 1,000 subscribers. So I think these, like, these titans that we see in the Forbidden Lands and in buried in the Kaled area, I think that they are the ones who wielded, and the Rao people. I think they were the same. I think the Rao and these titans were the same civilization, or at least they existed at the same time, if they're not the very same people. But I think they're definitely the ones who use the ancient, this is just a fragment. It's an arrowhead of the weapons that were used. And I think these old gods, these titans of the Rao, of these primordial titan beings, just like the titans in like Greek mythology, came before the Aesir, or not the Aesir, that's Norse mythology, came before the Zeus and Hera and those gods. I think the Rao and these gods existed before America and the gods of this age, and were destroyed by them, much like the Titans were destroyed by Zeus in Greek mythology. Who is the Hera of Elden Ring? America is everybody. America's all the gods. America's Zeus, America's Hera. Yeah, I definitely think that forge, the Giant's Forge, was created by these titans because it's way bigger than the fire giants that we see. So I think it was created by these titans in the age of the dragons, in the age of the Rao. I think these, because the ancient dragons, I think, are ancient. They existed in this time before time as well. And they can still exist because they can exist outside of time too, because they're made of stone. I just wanted to take a look at the engraving on the side, because I've always wanted to know other people's opinion on what the heck this is. Like, do you guys think it's a snake? Do you think it's a dragon? Do you think it doesn't matter what it is because it's not really consequential, it just looks cool? I think it kind of looks like... I think it looks more snake-like. But it has teeth. Is it framped? Do we have framped? Framped confirmed? Oh, yeah, William said, cough and framped. Teeth, yeah. With their clicky teeth. Always grinding his teeth framped. I guess Koth did too. Yeah, the ancient dragons are even said to be from a prehistoric era in the description. Yes, I think the ancient dragons, Placidusax, even Baal, have existed, like, just forever. And I think Baal is kind of similar in spirit to Seath in Dark Souls. So if you play Dark Souls, you know Seath, the Scaleless, turned against his other ancient dragon compatriots because he was seen as lesser than because he didn't have scales. And Bale, being a drake, is seen as lesser than because he's not a stone dragon. He doesn't have, like, the stone armor on the outside. Maybe both, maybe a hydra. I like to think snake, but it looks like a dragon. I mean, aren't snakes just malformed dragons in the end? Sorry, that's from Dark Souls. I have to always say this. This is the same in Armored Core, but FromSoft knows how to make a freaking skybox. Look at that thing. So good. It's what kind of gives their games such a grand scale as well. They're so good at skyboxes. I think Godfrey ran around the lands between, stomping the lands apart. He's like, I'm gonna stomp this. I'm gonna make this one go up and make this one go down. Who knows? I mean, that has as much evidence behind it as half of my theories do, so it could very well be true. The battle between the Dragon Lord must have been Bale and the Dragon Lord. The amount of recovering time for them both needed, and it's still, they're both still recovering. Like, I mean, Placiduous Sax had most of his heads ripped off. Bale got several limbs removed. I mean, thank God that our Tarnished doesn't have to fight them at their most powerful, right? Let's see, what are we doing? What are we going? We're doing Faith? What are we doing with this character? Looks like we're going into more Faith. Sure. We're faithing it up in this place? I mean, look at these skyboxes, man. They're so good. I do, like, I listen to Bale's theme just on its own all the time. I just really, really love it. Like, when I need to get pumped up about something, I'll just listen to Bale's theme. Ow! I killed the horse, I'm sorry. Oh, that's the first time I've gotten this weapon, actually. I have it in my head that if we get 4 or 5 good nature open mind Elden Ring lore people and just talk, eventually we can figure it out. I think so. I don't know if figuring it out, like, I'm definitely the type of person that wants to know the answers for sure, but I don't know if that's what FromSoft wants from us. I think the point of leaving everything so open-ended is so that each person can interpret the story as they want. Like I said, Dark Souls, the Elden Ring are based off of TTRPGs, which are, you know, tabletop role-playing games. And the point of those is that you make your own story. And I think that's why they leave these games so open-ended, is because they want you to make your own story. They want your Tarnished to have an unknown origin because they want you to decide what that origin is for you. Maybe they're a demigod. Maybe they're a child of Marika. Maybe they're just a nobody. But whatever they are, it's true if that's what you decide that that's your character's origin is. And that's the beauty of these games, is that they're supposed to incite your imagination without telling you this is what it is, and you're not allowed to think anything else. Because if they wanted to tell you that this is the lore and your interpretation is incorrect, they would just do that. FromSoft better never make a version of Clue. It would be infuriating. I know, they're like, actually this Clue gives too much information, so we're just gonna burn it and pretend like it never happened. It's like, no, give it back. Like, obviously I have a lore channel, so going back to what I was just saying, obviously I have a lore channel, so I love figuring it out and I love hearing other people's theories, but what I don't love is hearing people tell other people that their theories are stupid or that they're wrong. Like, some theories I'm like, okay, but the lore literally says that Radagon is Marika, so if you tell me a theory that says Radagon isn't Marika, it's probably not true, because the game tells us that it is. Or if someone has a theory and says something like Radon and Ronnie aren't siblings, it's like, okay, but the game tells us that they are. So there's certain things that it's like, okay, but that's just a fact. So there are facts that exist in the game, but that's different than theory crafting. Those flags you are near, those ghost flags, what are they? These are like, I don't know, they're like banner flags. I imagine them as being something similar to like some of the rallying flags, but honestly I have no idea. I've taken out my spyglass and like zoomed in on them, tried to figure out what the texture is. I think they might have a similar design to Mesmer's like weird ring thing, actually. So they might be related to him, I don't know. I've zoomed in on it several times and just been confused every time. I don't know if I can find a good space over here to do it. Elden Ring is way more abstract though. With time, it seems like Miyazaki radically embraced the more obscure style. I love it. I wanted stories that were impersonal, if I can put it that way. Yeah, I do like how they're impersonal. I can't say that word. Impersonal, but they can be very personal if you like, I don't know, make a story for yourself and look into the lore. Like, you see that ring, so below like the filigree at the bottom, there's like a ring. So it's like the outside reminds me of Mesmer's ring, and the inside looks like, of course, just the Godfrey era Elden Ring. It's really hard to see, honestly. That's probably looking directly at the tree is the worst one to look at. I wonder if we can see the one over there. Yeah, see, it's just, it looks like Mesmer's ring on the outside, and then the inside has like the Godfrey era Elden Ring or rings in it, similar to these down here. Well, I guess it's like, I don't know, this is like knots and stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I think they are war blessing the banner. They have the 2-finger circle around the triple Elden rings, like the confessors have. They have the 2-finger script ring, like the confessors. Oh, okay. Maybe I've never put that together. I wonder if I have the confessor's garb on this character. I usually don't have it if I don't start as a confessor. Did I start as a confessor on this character? Doesn't look like it. One of the merchants sells the confessor garb, but I don't remember which one. Yeah, Maya, I think It's like the buffs. Like, what's his name? Is it the guy we fight in the Kalid, in the Aeonia swamp? It's like his banner that he puts out when we fight him in this arena. What was his name? All my brain power has put a lot of Elden Ring out of my head and put a lot of Bloodborne in my head for tonight. The veteran, yeah. Bicola. Neil, yes. I think it's Commander Neil. But yeah, he has a banner thing that he uses, and I think also the other commander has it too. I don't know if I have his gear. But anyways, they use banners. It's like, you know, in a lot of video games, they'll have like a banner thing that you can rally around, and you get like a buff maybe to your HP or defense or something like regenerative ability, or maybe you hit harder. It's basically that. Bicola of the Ballpoint Order, hell yeah. I would join that. I would leave Ronnie and become the Elden Lord for Bicola of the Ballpoint Order. I love those pins. They're amazing. They write so well. I want more. This is the age of words. Forget intangible script. We only want tangible script in the most pristine black ink. I am of... See, this is where the Glow-Eyed Queen becomes such a problem, is because there are times when I think that the statue of the woman we find in Rao is the Glow-Eyed Queen, but then there's other times where I'm like, maybe not, actually? I meant impersonal in a way that they feel like fragments of conversation about an objective subject rather than stories with characters. I see it like a window into their philosophy. Yeah, I like that. Oh, so beautiful. When you can see Rao and all its, or sorry, a near limb, when it's not cloaked in shadow, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, this game just... Why do they have to make it so beautiful? A 1,000-word assignment, guided by whiteout. I love that, William. I'm going to one of the statues over here. See, once you get me on Elden Ring lore, I'm like, I'm just gonna go all night. I'm just gonna go all night. I'm getting chased by a bear. New theory, Torrent is actually the Greater Will. We lived. But this statue, when I first saw it, I was like, oh my god, is this the Glow-Eyed Queen? And half of me still thinks it, but the other half of me is really confused because I don't know the timeline of anything. She could also be the formless mother that was burned. Like, come on, at least tell me something from Soft, please. I know I don't need to know, but I want to know. You know what I mean? Oh, FromSoft games are absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I got the 8-sided crown. I was trying to look at this crown and see if it looked any similar to the statue of the women here in Crumbling Farum Azula. I think if I go to... I think it might be this one? This might be the wrong, No, this is correct. Like, I was trying to see if it's similar to what's going on over here. And I think it is. Like Mother Earth, like Gaia. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the female side of the old fire god. One-Eye Omen, the sun. Yeah, so the sun god is... I think we talked... I don't know if you were in the chat, William, but we talked about... Suri, which is ancient chthonic deity that is related to the planet Jupiter, and we know that Jupiter has that storm, Seranus or Suri, which is Etruscan, as always. I'm always talking about Etruscan deities over here. But Suri or Seranus is an ancient infernal, volcanic, and solar fire god that was venerated by the Italic peoples, and a lot of Elden Ring lore is centered around that area, like Italy, Greece, Turkey, that kind of like Mediterranean area. A lot of Elden Ring's lore, not all of it, but a lot of it has like ties to that area. And he's variously depicted. This is Seranus, the solar deity that is also connected to light and darkness, volcanic fire, lightning, health and plague, and the underworld. And he's connected to the later the Greco-Roman equivalent of Jupiter, or I believe. Anyways, basically I think that's where the relation, that's how I got to the relation to the fire god of the giants, because the eyes of the fire giants has the storm of Jupiter in it. And I'm like, so we're connected to some fire deity that's connected to Jupiter? Is that what you're telling me? I don't know if it's true, but that's what I'm gonna believe. I'm gonna be reading about this stuff all night, for real. Do you think that it was actually the fell god when the fire giant gave up his leg? Seems like a very direct interaction from an outer god. I do think it was, but Elden Ring gods are so... I think there's like different types of gods that exist on different planes and connect to different creatures in different ways. So, like, some gods are more active and like directly influencing the world, and some are more passive and only interact through like their essence and like a byproduct of their existence. Yeah, there's also all the alchemy stuff in Elden Ring, which is something that I'm not well researched on, so I usually don't comment too much on it. Like, I know about the White Queen and the Red King and like all the basic alchemy stuff, but I've never delved too deep into alchemy to like have a deep opinion that I would feel comfortable being like, this is what I think about the alchemical symbols. Like, obviously, America, like, her depiction of her hanging looks like the symbol for Mercury, as in the planet. The, like, what do you call it? Cosmological, there we go, the cosmological symbol for Mercury. America hanging on the cross like has like a very similar design as the symbol for Mercury. What even is the fell god, man? It's not like an outer god, right? I feel like the fell god is more of a primordial deity of the natural world rather than being like an eldritch god from like a distant plane of existence. I think it's something that is derived from the very existence of the material world. Kind of like the gods of, I don't know, like how there's like an inseparable link between like humans and gods. Like humans come up with gods, and gods exist because humans exist, and all that stuff. I don't know. What do you think of the moon? Because the DLC made it seem like the moon was whatever from the crazy guy with the fingers from the DLC. So this goes... So I think what you're talking about is Ymir. So Ymir basically was saying that they worshipped the moon primarily because it was the closest. But it wasn't the only god in the universe. But I think it was the one that was... I have my bias towards the moon because I've always loved the moon and moon mythology and all sorts of media and stuff, and I'm always like, the moon is good. The moon is a good thing, actually. Even the moon presence in Bloodborne, I love them, and they could never do any wrong. That's a lie, but anyways, I think that the moon, for a long time, was the guide and protector of like life. I'm gonna talk about D&D lore again. So in D&D lore, Selûne is represented by the moon. She's the moon goddess, and she's also the goddess of light, like the goddess of good. And her opposite is Shar, which is the goddess of darkness, which exists separately from the god of like life itself. Light and life are not the same thing. And I think it's similar here, that light is not the same thing as life. I feel like the fell god is closer to an evolved being, or maybe like a divine beast. No evidence, just a feeling. I get it. So Pilgrim, a lot of my theories are based off vibes. I'm like, I'm getting the vibes that this is what's happening in this story. It's half my theories are purely vibe based. I'm like, I get the vibes that the fell god is related to Jupiter, but you might get the vibes that he's just an evolved being, and you know what? Hell yeah. Vibe based lore is what I live for. Yeah, the moon stuff, I think the moon has been like an ever-guiding deity, and Ymir's, like, rejection of the moon, I think, is short-sighted. Like, I think the moon just didn't live up to what Ymir wanted it to do. I think the moon is a more passive creature than... And also, these guys are just proof that, ow! Ow! that Godfrey and the dragons and stuff have a relation to the divine beasts, because these guys use literally the same similar storm powers. It's just from a different time. They use the same stuff, though. Maybe the Fell God is a Titan. Not sure, but they made the Fire Giant Forge, right? Yeah, I think the Titans definitely made the Fire Giant Forge. Now, it could have been the Fell God, and the Fell God could have had a physical presence within the Lands Between. We don't know, because obviously they don't tell us, and they're never gonna tell us. They're never gonna tell us, guys! But, you know, that's... like, I think it could very well be that the Fell God had a physical form in the Lands Between, and could have been very well the one who directly said, hey, build this thing. Yeah, the link between the moon and water gives that impression. The reflective aspect of water gives me a more neutral feeling. Yeah, I think the moon is definitely like a passive being. It's not that it doesn't do anything. Obviously, it's influencing the world, but it's like a gentle protector or guide rather than like a more hands-on creature that's like more male dominated. So this goes into like you know, traditional tropes of not even like male. We can instead of going male and female, let's go more like feminine aspect and a masculine aspect. Like that doesn't have to be linked to gender. More masculine aspects are related to like fire and more hands-on kind of like handling of things. So you'll see that Renala's children, her two sons are related to fire, where her daughter is related to water. So the two masculine aspects are related to fire. So we have Rykard, who's related to lava. And then we have Radon, who has his own fire that is constantly burning within to stave off the rot. He also has gravity, of course, but within his own rune has like a fire that's trying to stave off rot, so they have like some connection to fire. Whereas Ronnie, who is a feminine aspect or a feminine character, she is related to water and the moon and like a more neutral kind of, although she does dip into cold, which is the opposite of fire. So maybe the dark moon is like the moon getting a bit more like, listen, things are getting a little bit out of hand in the Lands Between and we need to set things right. Banished Knight corpses are found in the Commander Gaius arena, I think. Yeah, the Banished Knight corpses are found all over the Lands Between. I know this is off topic, but I really think you'd like Enotria. Oh, yeah, that was definitely on the list, I think, of games to play, but I'm unfortunately not at a place where I can buy games currently, but I have to save my money. Why is the moon in the sky not a full moon, though? Is it because of how the full moon, which is right now, like sad and broken from love? Oh, I never really thought about it like that. But I do like that interpretation. I don't know. Perhaps it's because the moon is like more of a symbol in the Lands Between. So the full moon, there's a twin moon that always exists. We know that from the twin moon spell. I don't think I can see the moon from here, actually. Yeah. Oh, William, I like that as well. Gwendolyn is proof that FromSoft definitely considers the gender aspect of the sun and moon its alchemy. Yeah. But Gwendolyn, of course, is not... I mean, is born male, so it's more like a masculine, feminine kind of aspect. Aha! Beautiful moon. Yeah, so I think... So you see that the shadow cast on the moon is coming from the same side as the tree. So it's kind of like symbolizing that the tree is casting a shadow over the moon and not allowing it to shine in its full brightness. Like, even though this is an object of light, it's obscuring the light of the moon, and only a sliver of the moon can project its influence on the lands between. Does that make sense? Yes, and you can see the two moons at the moon altar, of course. That's over here. We got this moon here. And this is Ronnie's moon. The cold moon. The icy cold moon. And then here, the like regular moon is even more obscured. Like, you can't even barely see it, but also the tree is kind of dull here too. Where this icy moon, the dark moon, and that's why it looks like that, because they're like, you gotta know it's a moon, but it's the dark moon. I think it is, because you can see like snow falling all around. And this is the moon that Ronnie met. The cold, dark moon. Oh yeah, definitely Dark Sun is definitely, I think, related to the eclipse. I also agree. I think the Dark Sun is literally the eclipse. I have, in my own mythology for my own story, I have a god called the Dark Sun, and he's, of course, represented by the eclipse. And there's also, in D&D, there's the Dark Sun as well, Cyric, who is also represented by an eclipse, I think. I could be wrong about that, though. About the eclipse. And the lost moon was Mad of Lead. And what's left of Memory Stones? Made of lead. Okay. I definitely think the dark moon that we hear about in the pieces that become the memory stones was... I don't want to say it was a false deity, but it was definitely artificial, or it wasn't like the original two moons. It came later, this dark moon of the eternal cities. Yeah, the Nox moon. Diamonds, that does make sense too for Ronnie because of her fate being locked until her brother is killed. After the boss fight, you see the dark moon. Yes. Let's see. What did Diamond say? Yeah, that it's sad and broken. I do think it's interesting that the Lake of Rot is right below Caria. It's literally right beneath it. Like right under Caria is the goddess of Rot, like the ancient one. Any thoughts on stone coffins? The ones on the Cerulean coast. Oh boy, yeah. In my lore video, I talk pretty extensively about my thoughts on these damn stone coffins over here. I think they hold the bodies of the gods that later became like they're the bodies of the gods that were used to create the Numen. So once again, this is not without precedent. Like I would talk in my lore video, I talked about the bulls that exist on. Oh gosh, it's so gorgeous. Oh, look at this game, guys. But anyways, we have the bulls that are on these coffins. You see them right there. And we also see these same bulls in the ancient cities, in the ancient ruins that are down in the places where the eternal cities are located. See if we can find one that has it. Oh, thank you, Pilgrim. Yeah, in my lore video, I talk about how... So there's this myth with Ma the Moon. Let me pull it up so I don't just... so don't just talk out of my ass, basically. So with Zoroastrianism, there is a moon god called Ma. That's the Persian name. It's called Manga or Mangha. So basically, in this legend, the moon was put, was given the seed of the primordial bull, which is the primordial bull is the progenitor of all beasts and life. So the moon was given this seed to protect and to guide, and then later use this seed to give birth to all beasts of the earth. And I go into more detail in my lore video, but basically I think it's kind of alluding to the fact that these stone coffins were used to create the shaman or Numen, because I go through a whole thing of why I think Numens and shaman and the Carians are all related, and the night folk are all of the same line of species, basically. Anyways, it's a really long thing to just get into without just rambling for like 2 hours. Oh, thank you, William. Yeah, I never think that I'm right. Like, I'm never gonna say that I'm right and you're wrong and your theory isn't valid because I don't agree with it. No, like, that's not how this works, I don't think. Like, it's the same with, like, I don't know, if you read a text, right? If in college you're asked to like write an essay on it, and you could come up with 1,000 different arguments for the same text using the same exact words, but interpreting them in a different way. And I think it's the same thing here. Like, this is what art and literature is for. It's for having your own thought exercises. And what does it mean? Like, how does it inform your worldview? Like, a lot of my own biases are inside of my way of interpreting the lore, because I don't view the world in, like, right, like, evil, like, ultimate evil and good. I see that people do things, like, and it informs my way of viewing even, like, mystical lore. And your different upbringing and your different way of viewing the world is gonna inform how you interpret the lore. Someone fought the rot? Yes. The blue dancer fought the rot. The blue dancer fought the rot and sealed it away. I think I have their gear, so we can at least read their stuff. I should have their gear. If I don't have their gear, oh my gosh, at least I know where to buy it, okay? I do know where to buy their gear, so we can actually read it. Okay, I don't have it, but we can go buy it over here. There's a little merchant at the bottom of the trail over here that we can go grab the stuff from. Finally, a link between the shamans and the Eternals. Do you connect them to the ancestral spirits in a way as well? I did not, but I do think the ancestral spirits are a rather new iteration of old practices, which is like a combination. It's like, you know how people nowadays try to, and to their, it's like their own spirituality, but they try to reach into the past and like do neo-pagan kind of practices where it's like kind of related to the ancient pagan practices but has its own twist on it. I think the ancestral spirits are like the ancestral worshippers' iteration on ancient practices of horn scent and of ghost flame. I think mixed together is what has created like the current ancestral spirits. So I think they're a newer phenomenon. It doesn't mean I'm right, that's just my interpretation of what's going on. Yeah, they go out of their way to mention that the ancestor followers won't touch or use metal, and that leads them to soul magic and horn breeding again. Yeah. So I think the ancestral spirits personally is like a, for a better word, like neo pagan religion of this era of our tarnished. Based off of older practices that they maybe found hints of in the Eternal Cities, like ancient texts. Who knows? Or maybe even stories or songs that were passed down, and they're like, I think this is what they used to do. Or they found murals and stuff, and they're like, is this what we're doing? Is this right, guys? We're getting the blue dancer stuff, so we have to unfortunately fight all the wolves. All our good boys. Ow. Okay, the blue dancer stuff is right down here. So the blue dancer seems somehow connected to the Karian Lunaire Lakes area.
Unusual to this age.
Here it is. So, Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. So that line is important. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, which is the rot. Like, that's why the rot is so intense below Karya, because it's been dammed up. Like, there's no fresh water. You can see the dam right here. It's been dammed up and no fresh water has been allowed to mix in with the rot, so it's just stagnated and turned into like this soup. Like, I don't know if it was good that they did that or not, but they did it. And there's also the charm here, the blue dancer charm. The dancer is a blue representation of a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. Yeah, the water, rot, decay, stagnation, this is all Buddhist philosophy stuff, I think. Yes, and like the Japanese, like Buddhist philosophy kind of stuff is far more nature related than like cosmic related. It's more like the natural world kind of stuff. Whereas I think like the greater will and chaos represent more cosmic forces, rot and like water, and even like the water of the moon represents more like down to earth kind of stuff that affects us in our daily lives rather than our I don't know, eternal soul kind of way. Shinto influence. Yes, the Shinto influence. Now this I studied in college ancient Japanese Buddhism and Shintoism when I studied in Japan. So does that mean the rot took on a physical form? Yeah. Whether it had a like complete body, sorry for flashing the screen so many times, I was trying to go down. But at this point, the rot goddess is this, basically. It's melted away into rot. You know how Millennia is like slowly dissolving, basically? I think probably at some point the goddess of rot just, if it ever had a physical form, became just pure rot, and without any like fresh water to flow into it. That's the dam right there. Oh, I gotta press down. Without any fresh water to flow into it, it's become just absolutely vile. It reminds me of in the Aeneid, there's a part where they're, it's like in the 6th book or something of the poem, where they're talking about Avernus. And basically, this reminds me of the quote from that poem. I wonder if I can pull it up. Let's see. Aeneid Avernus. It's book 6, it looks like, but my thing failed to open the server. Failed to open server? Are you kidding me? Anyways, it reminds me of that. Speak Japanese. Nihongo wasurechatta. I forgot Japanese. Gomenasai. It's been too long. It's been like 6 years since I've properly spoken Japanese to any Japanese person. So, yeah, I think maybe at one point the rot could have had like a physical form, because we do hear about it in the DLC when we're over in this area. And we fight Saint Romina of the Bud, who seems to be related to the rot as well. Church of the Bud. Do you know it was there? Do you know if there was? Yes, there is a sun. Indeed, there is a sun. It's a little dot. There it is. Look, you can actually see it right now. Look, it's a little sun. It's so tiny. Well, it's actually probably huge, but really far away. But that's the sun right there. Yeah, so the sun definitely exists. It's just that the trees are closer, so they shed more light than the actual sun itself. And the sun is usually obscured by the branches of the tree. The sun ran far away. It was like, man, I'm not digging all this tree nonsense. I'm gonna actually go really far. Actually, I've always been really far away because I'm the sun. If I was any closer, you would burn up. So thank me, actually. Actually, thank me for that. But anyways, this is probably the Romina stuff is like the origin of like the first rot. So I'm of half the mind, like part of me thinks like in the heirloom could even be talking about the rock goddess as well. It could be the formless mother, but it could also be the rock goddess. I mean, it's really open to interpretation there. Why did it run? From who or what? It ran from these damn trees. These damn trees of the Golden Order. It's like, this tree is too powerful. Although it has much more of a presence, I feel like, in the Shadow Realm, surprisingly, than it does in the Lands Between. I think it's even smaller in the Lands Between. If we go here. Can we see the sun? Yes. Oh no, it's the same size. It's just a little disc in the sky. He's like, I'm trying to get my influence out here. Try my best. Can you remember me? The remembrance of grace is like the reflection of the sun or the moon on the water. It's what leads us across the horizon. I think we can only see it in sunrise or sunset, but the reflection on the water is the and also at night with the moon out, of course. But it's the reflection of the water is the remembrance of grace. It's this. The memory of grace. An eclipse, the Elden beast falling, and then Bale took advantage of the situation and attacked, keeping Placidusax from helping? Could be. The sun's body is in space far away, his mind is the fell god, and his soul is the frenzy flame. Maybe. But that's just a theory, a game theory, indeed. I remember watching a lore video about Godwyn being part dragon. Do you agree with that? So this goes back to my thinking that Godfrey is related to Farum Azula and his line of people, like the storm people coming from like the reign of dragons. I don't think he himself... I mean, it could be. Like, it may be the royal line of, like, Godfrey's are, like, direct descendants of dragons, just, I don't know, bred in a way that they had human forms. I don't know. But it could very well be. He could be part dragon. I'm not against the idea. But if it were to come from anyone, I don't think it would be from America. I think it would be from Godfrey's side. Godwyn created Dragon Communion. Yes, I think Placidusax created Dragon Communion. We learned that in the DLC, that eating the hearts of drakes like became like this sacred practice under Placidusax when after Bale attacked, like as a part of destroying the drakes that dared to fight against the dragons. So it probably existed for a while. Of course, I don't know this for a fact. This is just a theory, a game theory. But I think it existed, but maybe Godwyn brought it back because it had been lost to the Shadowlands long ago. Or Godwyn, sorry, brought it back because it had been lost to the Shadowlands long ago. The Dragon Tree Sentinel helm has a dragon with long hair, like Godwyn, I think. Yeah, and the white hair, also Godfrey has like similar white hair to dragons, which is really interesting. I don't know if it's natural or just a wig, but I don't think Godfrey wears a wig. Let's see. Maybe beast people just have white hair, I don't know. Where are we? Where are we? I don't know if I should have beat him in this game. As Godwyn died, his body tried to turn into a dragon. That's why he looks that way, and explains the Basilisk are in Elden Ring corrupt dragon mutants. Maybe. But he's not a fish. I think the reason why Godwyn is so aquatic is more of a like representation of death being closely related to water in Elden Ring, like the ships that take the bodies, and I think Ronnie's moon and the water, I think her moon is also a god of death, but more of a guide, like a psychopomp kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like a lot of the items surrounding those who live in death are talking about how they need a guide. They need a psychopomp. And I think that's related to water. Death and water are very linked in Elden Ring. There's like various items that tell us. I'm gonna say there's various items, and I'm not gonna be able to find a single one that talks about those who live in death needing a guide. what I thought about water as well, but I might actually be about the transition than death. Yeah, it's like the guiding of the souls. Like the river of Styx. It's where the souls travel upon to go to their final destination. Like, and this doesn't have to be just related to Hades, it's just, you know, the souls travel along the water to go to their final destination, into the next life, into the next incarnation that they're supposed to become, but because of the Golden Order stuff, they haven't been able to do that. What happens if your spirit fairy man can freeze a soul river? Oh my gosh! Just stop it altogether? That would be horrible. The Elden Beast Arena, for example. Yeah, the Elden Beast Arena as well is in a pool of water. Everything. So that's one thing about Elden Ring gods, is they all have some connection to death. Except perhaps Marika, because she wanted to rip death apart from the Elden Ring. But in Elden Ring, life does not exist without death. I think that's also a very, like, it's a very natural thing, but it's a very like Japanese thing as well. At least in like the Japanese literature I read, they have a closer relationship to death. Like, I grew up Christian, and in Christianity you spend a lot of time ignoring death or saying death isn't the end. And then, so I'm not a Christian anymore, but at the time it just made death so scary. But if you think of death as a natural part of the world and like a natural conclusion to something, I don't know, it's more peaceful to me personally. I'm getting into my own bias, but it is what informs a lot of my theories about Elden Ring, is my own personal bias, so that's why I talk about it. But I think that every god in Elden Ring having a connection to death is important, because it's like the full cycle. Like a full god would have a connection to both, if that makes sense. Like the bringing of life all the way to the final end, which is death, and then the cycle continues if you believe in reincarnation or whatever. Yeah, and Ranala's arena too. So the moon, we know, definitely has a connection to water as well. And all of the like different coffins that we use to travel, when FromSoft is like, I don't know how to connect these two areas. Have you seen that meme? I don't know how to connect these two areas. Here's a coffin. But all of these have a, they're all connected to water. They either go up a waterfall or down a waterfall. I'm trying to find, there's one here on the, yeah, should be over here somewhere. All right. Also, I think this water is milky white because of corpse wax, and that's really gross. There should be a coffin somewhere around here. No, don't these roots look suspiciously like it's death root, but it also looks suspiciously like the shadow tree? Just saying. Via Bloodborne, we know water reflections of the moon and stars are a way of bringing them closer to commune with them. And also Meteor being apparently between dimensions. under or on top of water. Yeah, and water in Bloodborne is a bulwark, so it's like a barrier between different realms. But it's also what you use to pass between different realms, if that makes sense. Like, it's both a barrier, a lake is like a barrier, and then a river is like a passageway. A waterfall is a way to go down into a different part of the river. I have to plug in my computer. Can you explain how Malekith is in two places at the same time, or is it just From Software time stuff again? I think it's From Software time stuff, honestly. I think because Malekith Grank has been in that arena for a long time, but it exists outside of time. So basically, Grank, as you interact with him and the more death root you give, that informs the Grank that is inside of the arena, because he exists after the Grank that you interact with, but he's in the arena the entire time that you are walking around the lands between. How do I explain it? It's like the two timelines are happening at the same time, but the one in like Artarnish, like here in like the regular lands between, that isn't over here in Farum Azula. This whole thing exists outside of time. It's like a pocket dimension. So how do I explain? Like, what we're doing here currently will affect the Grank, because he exists in the future at the same time of existing at the same time that we are interacting with the Grank here. Does that make any sense? Like, the two timelines are on top of each other, with the guy in the Grank and Farum Azula existing like all the time in Farum Azula, but he's the guy that goes there after we give him the death root, or if we interact with him at all. Did that make any sense? He's Schwardener's Malekith. He's both dead and alive at the same time. Until we open the box, we don't know. Yes, Pilgrim. Thank you for explaining that much better than I could. Pilgrim says, time is flat over there. Everything that happens in the normal time, past and future, exists in Farum. Yes. So if we do, like, if we were to throw a rock at Grank here at his chapel in the Bestial Sanctum, his future self that exists at the same time as his self existing here would say, hey, about 3,000 years ago you threw a rock at me. That was rude. Doesn't mean he knows death will be free. No, I don't think. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, that is weird. No, because his Farum Azula self exists after the Bestial Sanctum self. So whatever happens, it exists in a pocket dimension, but his self over here is like a future version of his Bestial Sanctum self. So this version will always die after this version eventually leaves the Bestial Sanctum for whatever reason. and goes here to Fair Missoula. That's my interpretation. It doesn't mean I'm right. But I think, like Pilgrim Butterfly says, Fair Missoula and the Round Table Hold both exist in a pocket dimension where time doesn't pass. It just doesn't exist. No, I think, I think he goes to Fair Missoula after after the time of the Tarnished. So either after we give him all the Death Root, or some other Tarnished in some other timeline gives him all of the Death Root, or somebody gives him the Death Root that he craves, he will go back to Fair Missoula. But it doesn't matter when that happens because time is a flat circle there. So whenever he goes, whether it's 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years in the future, he will always be there in Fair Missoula for us to fight. There is only one of him. But because Fair Missoula exists outside of time, two of them can exist at the same time. Because they're two different dimensions that aren't connected to each other. There's a hint that Malekith isn't totally aware of why he is where he is. Yeah, he's mad at Marika. He's Marika's shadow. Kind of just the same creature as Blythe is. I have my own theories about that. I won't bore you with it. It's part of my lore video on Meteor, actually. About shadowbound beasts and what they mean to Elden Ring. There is only one rune of death. Well, no, sorry. There's the rune of destined death. That exists. And a fragment of that was stolen and used to kill Ronnie and Godwyn. And later on, a mending rune, which is separate from like a great rune, was created. And that's the mending rune of those who live in death or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. The real question is, what the hell was Brandy planning on being as a tiny doll? I know, when we find her as a tiny doll, she's like, how did you find me? It's like, Ronnie, you are literally in the same shape, in the same doll form that you used to talk to me. Like, just smaller. Like, did you think that I wouldn't notice that this is you? Come on, Ronnie, you think I'm stupid? She's like, how did you know? It's like, you literally using the same doll, Ronnie. It literally says a doll resembling Ronnie the Witch. If you wanted to be secret, you should have made it, I don't know, a doll of straw or something. Come on, Ronnie. And she's like, I guess you just like talking to dolls. It's like, no, Ronnie, I knew it was you. You're not that clever. Her cover name Rena, I know. It's like, huh, is that short for Renala or Rena, Renala, just your mom's nickname? Like, come on. At least try a little bit harder. You're right, Pilgrim. People in the lands between aren't really good at hiding. Morgoth thought he was smart with Margit, right? And he just looks the exact same, wears the same clothes. He's like, they'll never know. They'll never know. And then we're like, is that... Obviously, our Tarnish doesn't know because we're new to the lands, but he's just over here being Margit. It's like, Margit, Morgott, definitely different guys. Definitely. Silly. They're so silly. They'll never know. I mean, we do got a whole guy that thought feeding himself to a giant snake was a good idea. We also have a sorceress Selin over here who thought she could defeat Renala, who's literally blessed by the moon itself. And look what happened to her. She just became a big old ball. Come on, girl. You really thought you could beat this lady? Not Stormveil Towers. Yeah, Shabriri possesses people. Immediately says, chaos take the world! I'm Shabriri! That does... I've always been curious of what other people think. Do you think, what's her face? Oh gosh, the girl that dies at the beginning over here, that gives us the letter to give to her dad in the fort over here. What is this fort called? Yeah, in Castle Morn. What's her name? Anyways, do you think that the new soul that's possessed her knows that it's possessed her body? Or do you think it's completely unaware of what it's done? Irina, yes. Irina from Castle Morn. You are correct. Yeah, I also am leaning towards her being unaware that she's possessed this new body. It's just like a spirit that went inside of her, like, spurred on by the chaos, and is like, I think this is what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm doing, actually. Where did the Carian Knights go? There was like 20 of them, and now there's only 2 or 3. They fought against the forces of Radagon and were evenly matched, but I imagine that a lot of them died. We know that one of them is at least in here and not in the Shadow Keep. Here in Castle Enos, we fight one that gives us the big blade. Yes, this here. Moonthril's Night Sword. They're wearing the Carian armor. The favorite weapon of steadfast Carian Knight, Moonrithal. Oh, you're right, William. Hayata was a replacement for that whole storyline. They're like, I don't know, she's possessed now. Sure, we can't go and make a whole, like, finish up, like, a whole new quest in the next... Who knows how long they had to finish that part of the game. Maybe there's something about maidens and memory. Yeah, maybe... Their memories are burned in, like, whatever fire is used to make them maidens, perhaps. Melina was burned in fire, so that could explain why her memory's missing. And Irina's, perhaps her memories... Not Irina, but, Hayata. Her memories were burned in chaos. And so she can't remember anything. But Shabriri's a whole nother demon, all on his own. Yeah, too much diamonds. There was a whole quest line with dreams and merchant. There's so many quest lines that were cut. There was the dreams quest line, there's the merchant quest line, there's also the quest line with our mimic tier. The mimic tier had a whole quest line as well, that was cut. There's lots of cut quest lines. Asimi, I know. Asimi was the mimic tier that was cut. Oh my gosh. Guys, I love Elden Ring. Like, I play Bloodborne because Bloodborne is my favorite, like, whole story, I think, but I'm always drawn back to Elden Ring because the lore is so vast. There's, like, so much going on and so many different connections because I think it's a very universal type lore that makes you always come back to it, and it makes it so fun to talk about. Yes, I also want to marry Elden Ring. I know. If you like it so much, why don't you marry it? It's like, maybe I will. I mean, have you seen how caked up Radagon is? Damn. The tier indeed. My had character and feelings. Speaking of Maiden, any thoughts on the Shield of the Guilty Destroyer? I have thought about this goddamn item so much. I've literally thought about this item so much. There was a time when I thought it could be Marika. There was a time when I thought it could be the Glowmite Queen. I don't know. I don't have any, like, final thoughts on it, but I have thought about this item so much. But it's so interesting that it says her eyes were crushed by briars of sin before being reborn in these lands. So this tells us that these lands are a place of rebirth. At the beginning cutscene, it shows us, like, the corpse of our tarnished, like, dissolving away to be reborn here in the lands between. Mayhaps. It's not set in stone that that's the truth, but it's sure as hell looks like it, right? Shield of the Guilty feels like a Dark Souls 2 reference aesthetically. Yeah, definitely. Dark Souls 2 gets a lot of crap, but it does have some really interesting lore. Bloodborne is still the most obscure, fittingly for me. Yeah, I think with its Eldritch stuff, but I think for me, like, the stuff that's left a question in Bloodborne is like, well, that's the Eldritch truth, so I can't really know it anyways. You know what I mean? It's, like, left ambiguous enough, I think. Yeah, it's, like, what I like. What do you think of the Land of Reeds? We don't really know too much about it. We just know that it is a land that is in war, like civil war, so there's a lot of bloodshed. So the Blood Star seems to have some kind of influence over it. There's so many briars everywhere. Anyways. Where's that shield? I might not have it because I don't think I started as a samurai. I don't have it. But anyways, there's a shield that the samurai starts with. It's like the Blood Star shield, or I forget what it's called. But anyways, it talks about the Land of the Reeds. Does the Okina, or do the samurai sets also talk about the Land of Reeds? The Okina mask? Yeah, wooden mask that depicts an old man baring his teeth, which is like a no mask. The source of the sobriquet of a great swordsman of the Land of Reeds. Yeah, we don't really know much except that it's... like in Civil War. You can buy it under the first Memory Stone Tower. Oh, right. The one that's... is it this one? This merchant? I was trying to think of where we could buy it.
Trade again?
Yes. A small wooden round shield. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer damage negation. The emblem is of an ancient thorn design. Though it isn't much, it boosts fire damage negation. Yeah, it's Japan. Yep. It's just Japan. It's just like ancient feudal Japan during the Warring States. When Japan had its own during all the shoguns, when all the shoguns were warring with each other during the Shogun era. It's basically that time period. It's Sekiro. I don't know if it's for sure a reference to Mesmer. Like, I definitely could see the connection. Like, obviously, the Briars and the Briars existing at that time. But we don't know it for 1000%. When I'm discussing lore, I'm not discounting your theory. I just like to make sure I don't talk in absolutes when I can. I do forget to not talk in absolutes, but I try not to. Yeah, I think that Pilgrim Butterfly, there's a link between blindness and the Blood Star and the Ascend Outer Gods as well. Definitely throughout all of FromSoft games, there is a connection with blindness, like in the natural world, but that blindness giving you a connection to like the realm of the gods. So while you're blind in this world, you have sight into something metaphysical or beyond the natural world. And that's not just in FromSoft games, that's like a belief in other religions and different sacred practices as well, that like those without sight have foresight into the future or the past or some mystical sight into something else. Weeping Peninsula is a place of secrets from bottom to top. True. Can you travel to the lands between, or do you have to be invited like our character? You can do both. We see a bunch of shipwrecks on the coast. Like, it seems traveling here physically is very dangerous. But you can, like, come here by boat, because all manner of death washes up here. In the lands between. You can see here shipwrecks out there. And like different coastlines have just a bunch of corpses walking on them. And I think those are people that tried to come to the lands between via boat. And didn't, make it. Like, look at all these boats. I mean, I always assumed that they were coming to the lands between because it says all manner of death washes up here, but they could have also been trying to leave and, well, it didn't work. You can't leave, guys. You have to stay. I don't know. It doesn't tell us. I just assume that they were trying to come here. But they could have been trying to leave, for all I know. Yeah, the spirit tuner, she does mention sailing here with her group. Like, we don't exactly know how it all works. It could be that our tarnished was, in fact, dead, put on a boat, like in those customs we see in Anir Elim, and then they were blessed, you know, and then their body was sent on the seas and eventually ended up here. And then it awoken. Like, the scene that we see at the very beginning of this game could be a metaphor for what happens. It doesn't have to be, like, the actual physical thing that happens. It could be a metaphor that, like, after you die, you are transported to the lands between, whether that's by boat or dissolving. Spiritually dissolving into the lands between. Also found in the peninsula. Yeah. Oh, the anchor weapon. Yes, yes, yes. We find it in the mines, I think, right? After beating a misbegotten, you get the anchor. Have to beat the misbegotten, right? I wonder what kind of weapon it is. I probably passed it by now. Oh, what kind of weapon is it? An axe. Did I not fight that misbegotten? Oh no, here it is. When the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. Okay, so the Tarnished did leave by boat. So you can leave. You can leave the lands between. I am corrected. There are those who may leave the lands between by boat, but one was left behind. Is that the boat that we see over here? There's a strange face at the bottom of the anchor. Is it a fire giant? He's holding a ring in his mouth. Is it supposed to represent Horalu or Godfrey? Interesting. In the intro, you stand up after receiving the guidance of grace. I assume you were dead since... Yeah, you were definitely dead, I think. Like, I definitely think this is a land of the dead, or land of the gods. Very much a place where spirits roam, rather than where living beings roam. Like, there's different traditions that believe that the mortal life that you live is... The whole purpose of it is to become more enlightened so that when you go back into the spirit realm, you're stronger and can fight against evil more effectively. And that's what more lives are supposed to do as you live and become... more enlightened and become more pristine, you eventually become, you know, a better warrior against the darkness. The eternal struggle against the darkness. You think it looks like Elton John? Let's take a look at Elton John. So many good Elton John statues. We'll go to this. Is this one up? We can go to... I know there's the ones that are outside the Grand Cloister here. The Tarnished waging wars in other lands seems like a legit reason to invade. For real, though. It hurts my toes. Oh no, my health bar. Where's the... Isn't there supposed to be a ladder? Hello? Shiver me timbers? Where's the ladder? Oh no, it's over here. Hey, there's a little guy that I've never gotten before. Oh no! I don't have any scarlet rot curing blossoms. We're fine now. We're good? We are tarnished trash. And then we become gold. Or silver, depending on the choices you make. But here's our Elden... I don't think he looks... The Elden John's beard is too big. It's more of a wise guy face rather than like a scary guy face. Yeah, or like refining the tarnish to get a better element, like an alchemical process. Yep. The Lord Rune says that after reaching a level of blessing, great heroes simply died. Simply died, or did they get sucked up into the great tree to make the great tree stronger? The great tree was like, I'll take that soul. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. Delicious. I think here you can see the great tree, or like some kind of tree in the center over there. Yeah, remember the Erdtree burial's a secret lie. The Elden Beast is a cosmic parasite. Just sucking up those souls, delicious. Delicious. Like the Erdtree, I think, is separate from the Great Tree. The Elden Beast could have just been taking those souls and just going, nom nom nom, those are mine now. I'm delicious and strong. I literally think right here is my favorite location in the whole game. Oh yeah, the lore is so... it's so thick. At night you can usually, if it's not sunny, it's usually so starry right here. Or sorry, if it's not cloudy, it's usually so starry right here. You can see the moon so clearly usually. In my first lore video, when I talk about the moon and everything like that, this is the location that I got a lot of those shots of the moon looking really, really pretty. I know! You were so right, William. Like, hello? We all want more Muriel, and you didn't even give us his hat? Like, sure, we got Ymir's outfit, which is amazing, honestly. I love this hat. Look at this thing. Crazy stuff. Love it. Want more of it. But I want the Pope hat too. Come on. Absolute travesty. Absolute travesty. What were they thinking? Do they even care about us? Sorry, I gotta get the correct pants on. Here we go. And gloves. I don't know. We can wear these gloves. I just remember something important. Curious if anyone noticed the description of the scripture wooden shield. Where you find them. The scripture wooden shield. I don't know. I don't think I know what the scripture wooden shield is. Let's see. I might not have it. We're getting Luca Teal and Dark Souls 3 armors. Yeah, for Elden Ring. Oh, we are. Wait, when? Second shield. This one, the Candle Tree wooden shield? Thought to represent the surreptitious prophecy of Cardinal Sin, the lit candle tree design was forbidden. Oh yeah, Mary. Sorry, Maya. The fact that we didn't get a cutscene for Rolana makes me so sad because she's so cool. Obviously, I wear her armor all the time and use her swords. I love her. No, up. This one. Oh, what the heck? Is this the one ring? One ring to rule them all? The ancient cipher engraving lines on the circumference. Though it isn't much, it boosts holy damage negation. It's light and easy to handle, but can offer damage negation. Well, this is the script, like the cipher blade, right? It's the writing of the two fingers. I guess it's like holy writing, like the writing of the heavens or whatever. Where is the cipher? Cipher, cipher, cipher? I know that's not the cipher. I was just looking at it. Oh, there it is. Hidden sword once granted to the tarnished of the round table by the two fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blades, which deals holy damage no shield can repel. Champions would gather at the round table hold in days long past when the two fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigor. So it's definitely the writing of the gods. And there's also, I think, script stones as well that has the The writing of the gods. It might be something you have to craft and isn't something you pick up in the overworld. I could probably craft one if I have the recipe. Here. Scriptstone. Words are gregarious things drawn to one another much as people are. Words like to be together. Yeah, cipher pata. Guess where you find them? The skeletons in the stone coffin fissure drop them. Oh! Okay. Interestingly, oh, this is the item. The Tibia Mariner. The dead, this is what I was looking for earlier. The dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership. They need a guide, basically. There's also, in your key items, when you get, from Ronnie, here, the black knife print. This is another fragment of the Elden Ring. So this makes me, and it's a fragment, I guess it's evidence of a ritual and hides the truth of conspiracy, which is the rune of death. Or destined death, I guess. Like, words of power exist in the lands between, whether it's words that are written by the two fingers and create the cipher pata. I don't know if that's how you say it, peta or whatever. This as well. And like it says, words are drawn together. They like to be together. And words are a sign of civilization and advancement. What does that mean? I don't know. Alright, I think we have talked about plenty of lore today. I very much enjoyed it, but it is past midnight now. And thank you so much, Diamonds, Too Much Diamonds, William, Pilgrim Butterfly, and Maya for all the awesome conversation today. As you can tell, I started with the Bloodborne stream, talked about the lore, and then we ended up with Elden Ring because I love this game and it's an awesome game. But I do have to go to bed, so thank you so much for joining today. But I must rest. So let me... Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate it, honestly. And I hope that you can join me for one in the future. Let me see if I can actually end the stream from this laptop or if I have to do it from somewhere else. Let me see. I'm still pretty new to the whole YouTube thing, so all the different things that you can do, it's a little bit hard. Okay, we found it. We're here. We can end the stream here. Oh, we're doing a fighting move. We're doing it. We're doing it, guys. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everybody. One last lore. The lore is that Mike Tarnished is actually Ronnie's second cousin twice removed. Bye.